Hello, 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 hello. Whoa. Welcome. Today is Saturday. We are in July, the seventh month of the year. Hello, Ofosu Daniel. Michao, over Michao. Ofosu Michao. Busafo, Yeshia. Oma Ubiajo. Share the channel. Share the channel. What we want to discuss today. Share the channel so others can see and benefit. Others can see and benefit. So share with others. Today we are going to do a book review, and so we give ourselves some time for people to join. Sylvester Mechiao, Ante Kosia Mechiao, Kosia Enim, Ewa Francis, Kwame Kudana, Kwame Mechiao, Mali Tisei. So share it, Nanajimai. Michelle. Yourself, welcome. Tell somebody that we are live. It matters what you know in this life. It matters what you know. The knowledge that you possess is everything. It matters what you know. And so, yes, Da Costa or Hina Da Costa, Echao Aisha Mohammed, Edu. Kumazana so and now I'm kwaso. So if you have not bought any of our books, Kumasi, okay, this is unlimited opportunities. You should get a copy, especially those of us who want to build businesses or who are in business, or those of us who want to build investment. There's a particular way that you have to think for you to have success. So share the channel with your friends, with people who would want to have knowledge. The second one is resilience. Many times when you start something, you get a lot of pushback, you get a lot of troubles, and your ability to keep going is established in your understanding of your African identity and your understanding of the business environment, the politics. So how to develop courage and strength as an entrepreneur is key. Yusuf Akwaba and Nanafo Akwaba. This is Streamline, how to teach yourself money. Yes, if we is unibia, you pack your life if there is no money. Or the vision that you have, they are powered by money. The vision that you have, you can dream. It takes money, and so your understanding of it is very key. They will control your life if they have money. If they decide your pay, they will control your life. Many times people's lives are controlled because they have to wait for that money to come in. So good evening to everyone. Welcome. This is one of the best channels that you can have, around the globe, especially to the Africans. Life is not just about entertainment. Life is not just about politics. Life is not just about religion. It's not about just sports. Life is also about commerce. It's about money. It's about business. It's about product development. It's about sales. And it's key, especially those of us in Africa. So share the channel so others can hear this. Those of us in Africa is very key. It's very key. So I wrote this book, Perspective. We have printed many copies since 2016. Many copies. So people have bought them for their friends, for their mothers, for their wives, for their girlfriends, for their school. We've sent free copies to many places. We have sold, many of them. And today I want to do a review. A review means that I'll just read some few things about what I think. So perspective is the main title, and the subtitle is how to develop the mindset to start and build your business. how to develop the mindset to start and build your business. In this life, if anybody shows you how to build a business, they're giving you freedom. How to build a business, how to build business is key. It's key. This world, you see, you are looking for a job. Somebody had to build that business for you to work there. You're looking for a nice cloth to wear. Somebody had to build a business to bring that cloth to you. The computer that I'm using is somebody's business. So if they want to keep a generation in poverty, they will tell them that it's difficult to build business. And yes, it is difficult, but it's doable. It's difficult, but it's doable. And so the things that we gathered when we were trying, when we were fidgeting, when we hit here and it was not working, when we hit there and it was not working, the things that we studied over our lifetime, those we put in this book, Perspective: How to Develop the Mindset to Start and Build Your Business. The reviews are very much, people's feedback from this book is amazing. And one common thread that almost everyone says is the English is very easy to understand. I didn't know that one. It's very easy to understand. It's not an MBA book. It's just normal book that, you don't have to finish even JSS for you to understand it. Even if you cannot read that much, you can pick 1 or 2 words from this book, and will change your mind. So, which will change your life as well. How to develop the mindset to start and build your business. There are principles that govern how you build anything, and business as we know it are principles based, and so once you understand some of these things, when you understand some of these things, then you can, once you understand some few things, no matter the business that you want to build, no matter the business that you engage in, whether you are selling a credit card or Kobe, or you're selling Wache or Momone, or you're selling clothes, or you're selling perfume or books, whatever that you are selling, it's a business. Your understanding of it, the difference between the one who is doing 1 million a month and the one who is doing 10,000 a month is the understanding, how they see business, how they understand it, how they are able to structure business. And when you start, there are a few things that you would have to know. And the thing is that in our country, Ghana, we need to raise of entrepreneurs, of innovators, of those who are to their own ingenuity, based on training, based on the systems that they are able to build. We need to raise a generation like that. It's very key that to raise a generation that can build businesses. And we don't have to just continue to raise a generation that is so much only get in a position or get in a political position, or join an NGO or religious organization. Our company, our country, our economy, basically it depends on us, those who build businesses. If you get a lot of Ghanaians to go into businesses, or everything that is connected with the production or the building, or everything that is connected to business in terms of how it is sold to the people, right? And you have to have the people who sell it and everything else in between. And if our economy is built like that, then there will be prosperity. It actually, on us can do their part. But really, those who can build businesses, those who can create prosperity, those who can create jobs, those who can produce things, are those who we have intentionally developed to produce things that will prepare the prosperity of our country and of our continent. Everybody is turning to China today because China is producing so much. And a lot of the things that are being produced out of China are coming from companies, businesses, people who have been trained, resourced, to produce these things. So from weapons to robots to jewelry to clothes to food product to drugs to almost everything, to shoes. The Chinese are doing that, and they were conditioned. They taught themselves that we had to do that, and that's how you build an economy. And we need to raise a generation that will say that let's build. So to develop the mindset to start and build your business. Share the channel with your friends. Share the channel. Tell people about it. It's key that we are here today discussing about business. Somebody will ask you, should everybody start a business? Hey, you are better. You are the better. You are the best person to answer it for yourself. So long as I'm concerned, if you completed school and nobody's employing you, what other option do you have? If you do you think that should everybody pick a CV and go and look for a job? That's not coming at all. So should everybody build a business? Yes, we must build a business. We must, from the cocoa farm to the maize farm to contumely that you to mankeni that you can farm, or to the cassava to onion to pepper to everything else in between. If you can establish a business around watching cotton, those are all activities. Those are all economic activities, and every economic activity can be a business. You can build business around almost everything that people are ready to trade money to have from you. Any value that you create that people would want to pay, compensate you with money, can be a business. So it's neither, you don't say that can everybody start a business in our country. I think we must all look at that, and especially if you want to build any significant wealth beyond your car and your house, then you would have to look at business. So if the network is not good, it's because it's started to rain here. So we go to, if you have perspective, you can just open it. We go to the content, and there's dedication, there's acknowledgement, and there's introduction. And chapter one is perspective. Chapter 2 is mindset. Chapter 3 is educational foundation. Chapter 4 is the relevance of history. Chapter 5 is vision and team. 6 is leadership and character. And chapter 7 is you have to believe it. And 8 is start. Number 9 is chapter 9 is different time, and chapter 10 is essential, and there is an afterward. So somebody will ask you, I just picked this book, I read it, and it looks like it's a small book, but there's so much in it. Yes, there's so much in it because we wrote it from our heart. We wrote it from our heart. We had to begin the journey. We had to fail. We had to win, and we had to continue to fight on. So introduction is starting a business demands so much time and energy. Starting a business, if you don't know anything at all, starting a business demands time and energy. It will take you years to develop the business and the leadership skills required to scale the business. So you're going to go through a lot of errors. You're going to go through a lot of mistakes. It will take you years to develop those skill sets. And once you get the right skill set, then you just know that you're going to be successful, because then what it takes for the business to work is you leading the business. And the success of the business is basically, founded on your skill set, your expertise, who you are as an entrepreneur. The failure of it is your decisions, your critical decision, the mechanisms that you use in making decisions and choices, will be based on the maturity, your expertise, the experiences that you have. So once you are skilled, then your decisions will be right, and then the business will work. But your mistakes are going to come from all the bad decisions and choices, the immature turns that you make. Those are the things that are going to. And in life, humans grow, and so you're going to go through processes, and those processes will refine your thinking, your mindset, your skill set. And once you are refined, then the success will come. That's why you have to take the first step. Once you're refined, then the success will come. So what if you are in the phase where you're failing? It does not mean that you're not going to win. It only shows that there is a lot of, there are a lot of processes that your mind would have to go through, and there are a lot of processes that you have to go through to refine. And once you go through to another state where you start to make right decisions and choices, then your business will start to make, see the successes that you're looking for. So what we are saying is, it will take you years to develop the business and the leadership skills required to scale, especially when you start with little business experience and connections. And never forget that in this life, network, the people that you talk to constantly, the people who know you, those you can call, those you can rely on, those who believe in you, they have a lot to do with your success or failure. Many poor people don't have a lot of successful friends, and many successful people have network of successful people. That's why. So your network is very key, and it's going to take you a lot of time to develop the right skill set and the right network. If they tell you to raise 100,000 now, do you think that a lot of your friends that you have today, a lot of the friends that you have today, do you think that you can easily raise? How long would it take you to raise 100,000? If you don't have it and you have a business now, you have a project, you have to raise 100,000 in the next 1 hour. Do you think that your network, the people that you know, I'm not talking of the people that you know, the people that you know, do you think that you can place a call and within the next 10 minutes, people will give you 100,000? And if they tell you to raise 200,000 or 1 million, how long would it take you to raise that? That shows the kind of network that you have built. I'm not talking of the friends that will call you to say, Yankudi Mutu. No, I'm not talking of the friends that will call you to say, let's go here. I'm talking of friends that you can easily rely on to say, let's raise this money into this project or into this business. Do you have that kind of people? If you cannot raise it, so it is going to take you some time for you to raise this kind of network, for you to build that. And once you're able to build that, then you see it's a journey. So we go through the process to develop the right skill set and the network needed for growth. The network needed for growth. So school does not train people to start business. Our schools, as unfortunately as we have them, they teach us how to read and write, and how to become Europeans, European culture and everything. But schools are not going to train you to start businesses. They will tell you that, well, if you're a very good person and you had a best grades from the SS level, go and do medicine or engineering, or something popular, something that when you finish, somebody else will give you a good job. That's why when you are finishing the university, the top of the class, some companies will come and look for them to come and work for them. That is what the school was designed for. And those of you at the bottom, they will say that go and find your way out. So school really was not designed for you to complete and say that you want to start a business. Not the time that I was there. So and it's still there. It's still there. That's why there's graduate unemployment, because they think that once they have been to school, somebody else must give them job. But really, that is not how it should supposed to be. So school does not really train people to start business. Even those who are doing entrepreneurship, the school is not going to try to become an entrepreneur. They are just trying to teach you how to study entrepreneurship. Those who are doing it, that's what my friend told me. But to start a business, it calls for a whole different shift of mind. It calls for people who think that they want to take their own destiny in their own hands. Those who are not afraid to solve problems. Those who are not afraid to take challenges, to sacrifice for today so that they can be great tomorrow. That is the psyche that you have to have. That is the mindset that you have to have to build business. So the best school can do is to prepare you for a job. That is what they teach you to speak like the way I'm speaking, little English here. It is the school. At the moment, the structure of our education does not prepare students to be independent in thinking. There's one thing that you need to be an entrepreneur: the ability to think for yourself, to be very much highly independent in thinking. That everybody else is thinking this way, and you're not afraid to say that, no, I also want to look at it this way. To be critical in thinking. The school is not developing school. That's why they're asking you, define this. And the teacher taught you how to define that. If you define it in your own terms, they will say that is wrong, because the school is just telling you, define it as we want it. This is how you're supposed to be. But for you to be an entrepreneur, you have to be an independent mind. It means that you're not afraid to disagree with people and go against even what everybody thinks, because really it takes a lot of strength to keep going. And so if you think like everybody, if what everybody thinks is very much important to you, it's very difficult for you to go alone and build any business. So at the moment that I read that one, entrepreneurship is a school on its own. So just as you went to school and they taught you A, B, C, D, when you start a business, it's the same thing. You are going to go from kindergarten, to primary 1, primary 2, primary 3, primary 4. You're going to develop. You're going to school. So it's a school, and it's a lifelong school. Those who are even big entrepreneurs today, they are not out of the class. They're still there. Every now and then they fail. So entrepreneurship itself is a school, and that's a good understanding to have. It means that you're going to learn, and if you become a good student, then you will pass. And we will see it when you pass. You will see it in your successes. We will see it in the progress that you start to make, which largely is at variance with traditional school, because traditional school will make you to write the exam, and if you fail, they will say that you are not intelligent. But really, when you are starting to build, when you are starting to pick any idea to turn it into a business, you are going to fail. The good thing about it is that when you fail trying to build a business, it does not mean that you are not intelligent. That's not. It only means that you are getting exposed to the processes. You are becoming better. And so failure is actually entrepreneurship. You cannot say that you're an entrepreneur and you're not going to lose money. Your product is not going to fail. People are not going to attack you. You're going to make a lot of wrong decisions. Somebody said that if you make decision, the first one is wrong, don't make the second one, which is wrong. I'm not sure, especially those of us who are starting with very little exposure, very little connection. Maybe you're coming from a family that nobody has ever even done a business before. You're going to make a lot of errors like that. You're going to make a lot of errors like that. But when you're making them, it is only news or strange to people who have not built businesses, especially first-time businesses. But those of us who have built something, we know that your mistakes don't really show that you are ignorant. They only show that you are a genius, as a matter of fact, because the confidence to start to pick an idea to build it into a business, many people will never try. So if you even dare to try, you're a genius, you're a great person. So your mistakes should not stop you. And that is the point where some people will just, I lost money, so I can't do it again. It's so painful. People are laughing at me. People, the other day, a young man called me, said that he finished his national service and he wanted to do something. So he started to sell some books. And his family people were even laughing at him that you went to school, this is what you want to do. If you knew that we were going to sell this, why did you have to go to university in the first place? It is okay for them to laugh at you because not many people understand the processes that they take for you to become, for you to build a business, for you as an entrepreneur. So it's really at variance. It's opposite to what everybody else knows. Everybody knows that when you must be very intelligent in the class, you 100%, 95% in entrepreneurship. You can be 0% every day. By the process. So we are the precipice of an increasing rate of unemployment among the people that are coming out of our universities, and that's the truth. We are producing a lot of the people coming out of our universities, and we have told them that they will get a job. That's something that I don't know. Who is at the university telling people that you get a job? You are producing so many of them. We have a lot of universities. In Ghana, over 100 universities, combine the private and the private and the government ones, and look at even other tertiary institutions. Yeah, and so you are producing thousands, over 300,000 every year. Add those from secondary and JSS level. You have a lot of youth coming out of university, and you are giving them promises that somebody is going to give them a job. I think that you should look at the structure of economy and advise them accordingly. And the fact is that not many of you, there was a studies that they did. They said that 10% of you will get job in the first 5-10 years. Many of you will not get any employment that you call employment. So that is why it's important that you listen to some of these things. The fact that you're not getting job does not mean that you cannot live. You don't need to have a job to have income. To get income is a different shift of thinking. To make money is you don't have to have a job to make money. I just met a young man just this evening. He told me that he sells perfume on Instagram. You don't have to have a job to get income. You only have to think to solve problems. He sells perfume on Instagram. He doesn't have a website for it. He has following. You have WhatsApp group. What are you sending to them? What product can you put there? Today, somebody sent me, says that I have maize. I want somebody to help me to sell them. He says, yeah, and he sent me, and I put it on some page. And so this evening, he sent me to say thank you. And I asked him, have people contacted you? He said, yes, some people have contacted me. And hopefully it will lead to them buying that maize from him. We live in a world that there's connectivity. If you still think that somebody must give you a job in Ghana, and if nobody gives you a job, it means that Ghana is very difficult. You're very old in your thinking. You're very old in your thinking. Renew your mind, because the world where you wait for somebody to pay you salary for you to become relevant is not true. You can get a job to study. You can get a job to get a salary, no problem. But for you to think that if I don't have a job, it means that I'm nothing, that is not true. It means that you're lazy-minded. You're not thinking, because the world has really shifted. It's moved on. The other day, we organized our seminar at the Accra Mall, and all that we used was our network, the Facebook, the YouTube, the WhatsApp group, the WhatsApp that we use. These three tools that we use, Facebook, we use YouTube, and we use WhatsApp mainly. And we were able to organize a seminar that over 150 people came. Before that, people would do a lot of advert. And so the world has changed. That is what it means. The world has changed. And so you have to think, and don't cripple yourself. And that is what really, that is what you really need. So unemployment among the youth, coming out of our universities, which is indicative of the kind of education that is being offered. If you're telling people that when they finish university, somebody else will give them a job, you are deceiving them. Well, they go through the school, they equip themselves, you get the ability to be able to read and write. But when you come out of the school, now your life is before you to live it. And you should not be sad that somebody else is not giving you a job. What you need is the confidence to say that this is what has come to my mind, and I want to turn this into a business. I want to turn this idea into a business. And that is what exactly we're doing tonight. We are reviewing this book, Perspective, how to develop the mindset to start and build your business, because we have so many graduates in our country. We have so many youth in our country. You just have to do something. But the problem is the mind. Even those who are doing something, do they have the conviction? Do they have the confidence? Do they have the pride to say that what I'm doing is significant? Or they are always shaking? Because the mind is the battlefield. If your friends are laughing at you, would you be okay? Or you'll be sad? If you're sad, it's because you don't have proper information. Because if you have proper information, like the young man who told me that he sells about 15 of his product a day, and if one is 100 cedis, 15 then becomes what? Let me do my math and see. 15 times 100 a day is how much? Is it 1,005 or something like that? So if he does that every day, ask yourself every month, how much is he making? And you are there, you say that you are nothing. You are not nothing, or you are somebody. The only problem is your ignorance. You believe that somebody else must give you a title before you become relevant. And so you are doing farming, you're producing what is it? You're producing cocoa, you're producing cassava, and yet you're still very sad every day. That is 1,005. 15 times 100 is 1,005. And if he makes that for 30 days, that's a lot of money. Every 10 days, that will be 15,000. Let's say his profit is 10%. That is significant money. And so the tools that you need to create your wealth is within you. And as a matter of fact, they are in your hands. What you need is developing the right mindset to start and to continue to build. To start and to continue to build. The school program you to look for job. We are programming you to build wealth, and there's difference. There's difference. We are programming you to build your life. We are programming you to build your wealth. We are programming you to build. Is anybody has helped you? It's not because they gave you a job. Is anybody helped you? As they say it, there's a lot of Ghanaians who live somewhere and say, oh, the white man helped me, give me a job. If the white man really helped you, he will teach you how to create wealth, how to own businesses, how to own investment. That is help. To get a job is good, but the way you are placing it is over the bar. So you would have to be comfortable with mistakes at the initial stage in building your business. That is what I press on. That's what I emphasize, that the mistakes are going to come. Just like a baby trying to learn to walk. The same thing with you trying to learn to build a business. You're going to make a lot of them. Sometimes you look back and say, how could I be that stupid? If you are that stupid, you are that stupid. It means that your mind was fuzzy. You are not clear in thinking. That's why they trick you. That's why they dupe you. That's why they lie to you. That's why they cheated you. And it's okay, because when you're going to build, once you ignite the process, once you start the process, your foolishness will come out. Your errors will come out. Why? It's because not everything depends on you. There are people that you're going to connect with, believe in, trust, and many of them have their own problems. So they'll trick you, and those will be seen as your mistakes. Some of them will bring you back to square, or some of them will even put you in debt. They should not mean that you should stop. They will not mean that you should stop. So decisions can go wrong at any time when you begin. Many of your decisions will go wrong. Every decision has the potential to grow or to sink the business. It can take it up or it can bring you down. Most often, the business person does this with limited skills and expertise at the starting or at the startup stage. That's the danger. You're making a lot of decisions, but you are not equipped, and that's why you are going to be, at the initial stage, a lot of troubles. But it means that you are starting the process. So you become better as you continue to grow and mature in your decision making process. And that's where you start to see success. The same, now you know who to employ. Now you know where to source the product. Now you know how to price. Now you know who to trust. Now you know how to even name the business. The website, you know who to let, who you have to let to have access to the credentials. You know who to you let access to have, who has to have access to your accounts, who has to come close, who has to stay a bit distant. You have to know. And these things you are going to learn once you can't learn how to drive in the classroom alone. They will teach you everything in the classroom. But for you to be a driver, you have to hit the road, which means you need courage to face the other cars that are coming, and for you to do overtaking and hit somebody at the back. But if you don't give up, you become a perfect driver. The same with business. You can't learn business in books. You can read about them, but the best business you learn is the one that you're doing. And you cannot be, entrepreneurship is about doing. It's about you taking step and making errors and keeping the pace and going. So growing up, like many people, we had little resources to start with and a few people to emulate concerning going to school and becoming an entrepreneur. That's something that we had to go through. When you go to school and you say you want to build business, people will say that, but you can become a doctor, you can become a professor, you can get a good job at this multinational company. Why do you want to do business? That is, for many people, it's very nice for you to have a title to say, I'm a project engineer at this company. I'm the director of this, in Ghana, every big man is employed by the government. It's a big thing with Land Cruiser. And you can see your mates with all these positions. And you say that you're going to build business. And when you start and they will, your shoe, you don't even have a car. You don't even have money to buy whatever. That is so not nice. And that is not nice. And you have to have some level of self-awareness, some level of confidence, a particular mindset. And that's what we are talking about. You don't have for you to go. Or you will meet your friends and you will hide. You meet your friends in town and you want to hide. When they ask you where you are working, you want to tell them something different. Why? Because you have not developed yourself. The moment you develop the right mindset, you will meet your friends and be very proud and show them the business that you're building. And you will get out of their presence and jump into the trotro and go and be proud of yourself. And you will clean your shoe and keep going. You will not be sad. You will not be angry. And you will not even feel jealous, of your friends because they have a nice job with nice car, nice family. And even you, maybe your girlfriend, you don't even have a girlfriend, because you are trying. Maybe you're even staying with your mother. So so if you have just joined us, share the channel. We are doing a book review. It's a book that I wrote. It's a good book. The reports are amazing, because as Africans, there are a lot of things that they have taught us that we didn't need. There are a lot of things that they have taught us that we didn't need. Knowledge that did not change you, you didn't need that knowledge. Knowledge is meant to change you. So if you really been taught, then we will see it in your doing, in your results, in your work, in the fruits that you bear. Knowledge that you did not use to produce anything, you did not need it in the first place. So we wrote this book with us in mind. With the difficulties, with the culture, with the orientation that we had to develop for us to go through what we go through every day. So at the early stage in school, I was not sure what I would become, but definitely sure of what I did not want to become. I did not want to be poor. That one I can tell you. I did not want to be poor or marginalized. No, I did not want to grow up poor and marginalized. Junior secondary level was beautiful because I like school. I always wanted to go to school. Our teachers encourage us to study hard so that we would have a better future. And this depending on how well we pass our exam, which every teacher will tell you this one. Every teacher will tell you this one. Study hard so that you become a very huge person in the country. That's what they tell us. They told us that school had the potential to train us to become engineers, doctors, lawyers, teachers. Uh, I never heard any say that school will make us or make me become an employer if I studied well, because that was not part of their training as well. So they were not to tell you that when you finish school, go and become a business owner, go and become an entrepreneur, go and become an industrialist, go and become an employer. No, if you are the best in the class, you will get a job from government or from multinational somewhere. That is not part of the training. So at the secondary level, it was all about studying hard in order to become successful in life. Yes. So I remember at the secondary school, one of our friends, when we went to first year, that no teacher had even taught us. This guy had bucket with water. He put his leg in and he was studying, and nobody had come to teach us. Why? Because he was coming from a very hot background. That they told him that if you don't pass the exam, that is your end. So he was bent on studying so that he'll become somebody. That is the kind of secondary school that we went to. I went to Pokora School. It's a good school, and people were studying. People were studying so much, aggressively, because we were conditioned to believe that if you pass the exam, then you had a great future. If you pass the exam, but that one is in question now, because you have people with first class now, first degree, second degree, still finding job, looking for job. You pass. The school is good. You pass. They give you a certificate. That is the end of the school. The rest is what you can do with your life. What you can do with your life. You studied for chemistry. You studied for engineering. No problem. You pass the exam. But to pass life, that one is a different education. That one is a different education. And it's a total mental shift that you need. It's a total mental shift. So science was what I did because, I qualified for it, and not because I knew how science was and what I wanted to be. Just when you're good in school, you study. They said I go and do science. So I think God gave me some head. So I was good with mathematics, and so they said I should go and do science. But it turned out to be good. I think that is good if you are teaching. If you want your children to study, to add science to it, especially pure math, it will help them. Unless they become footballers or musicians, maybe politicians. The rest, if you want to build business, you need a lot of math. You need some math to do the calculation. And if you have the ability to do easy basic math, it will help you. It will help you. So don't just say that my child likes cooking. It's good. But if your child would pick the cooking and build it into a business, they will need to how to organize things well. And mathematical education is key. Mathematical education is key. So add it. Don't say that my child is not very good, but he just like talking. It's good if they are going to be employed. But if they have to build a business, let's say he wants to become a journalist, yes, then somebody else will employ you with your talking. But if you want to build a TV station or a media house, that is a business. You need something beyond the talking. It's just like a footballer who says that I'm very good at playing, no problem. But for the footballer to own a team, the skill set will go beyond playing. The skill set to own a football team is now a business. You have to pay people. You have to understand numbers. And that's why you should not do your children bad service by telling them that mathematics is difficult. No, mathematics is really a key fundamental subject that you need. It will come in handy if you start to have a business, because you're going to write, you're going to have numbers, you're going to price your product, you have to do a lot of things. And don't say that so that's something that you learn. So science is okay. So, but it turned out to be good. So physics, chemistry, studying mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Now, most of the theories in these courses had names that were never familiar in my environment and the environment that I grew up. And so how would I become an innovator or creator? I see when they are teaching you about Faraday and Marie Curie and all those people, as if your people didn't understand anything about chemistry or physics. So they put all these Europeans in books. The Europeans have really colonized education. They didn't just colonize the physical area, they colonized knowledge as well. So everything they have to be. So if you go to social science, it's Europeans. If you go to physics, it's European. If you go to English, they are teaching you what is his name? This guy Shakespeare. Somebody's in Ghana studying about Shakespeare. It's amazing. So until if you want the Ghanaian child to create, then you have to teach them something that they are familiar with. Something that they're familiar with. So I could not relate to any of such heroes in science and engineering. Subconsciously, I could not. So when you come out of school and they say that you can't create anything, how could you? When all the examples, all the representations never looked like you. Never looked like you. So I nurtured hope to be somebody prominent in society and to help my family. But I did not know that it would take me doing business, because it's a career that when you go to school, they say that not the ones that I knew. Once you go to school, you have to go and get a job. So who were the heroes in entrepreneurship and the industry that I could look up to? Who were they? When we were growing up, who were they? Who were they that they said that this is an engineer who built this industry, who built this business? When we were growing up, not many that I saw. All of them were, powerful men in employed positions. And the other ones who were doing business will tell you that they were doing business because they didn't have the chance to go to school. So there's a separation, and I think that we have to combine them. We have to bring a sanity into that, for lack of a better word. So then I passed to the university level to study engineering. Passing university level to study engineering. So up until filling in the forms of the university, I had not heard of agric engineering. I had heard of mechanical engineering, but not agric engineering, because I knew someone who had done mechanical engineering. I did this course, but was not sure of what I was going to do with it after the program. Just like many people, you are taking that course, but you really don't know what you're going to do with it than to get a job. Obviously not to build a business out of it. But if you're a young man and you're watching now, the course that you're doing, what business can you build out of it? What product can you build out of it? What can you create with that course? What service can you build out of it? That is really the test of why they send you to school. Whatever that you're doing in school now, what product can you build after that? What can you change? What knowledge can you add? That really is education. It's not just come and look for a job and get paid. No, that is the basic level. The upper level, what institution can you bring? What institution can you put together? What change can you bring to our society by you having expertise or training in that course, So it's key that you think like that. We are talking of developing a mindset to start and build your business. So once you get out, open your eyes. What problems in our society can you solve? The moment you start to think like that you'll never see yourself as an unemployed graduate. Because now there are higher things that you are thinking of. Let's say waste is a problem for you. You want to solve it. Let's say you want to sew this cloth because you think that you can bring design, cheaper one, so that many people can wear it. What solution can you bring to the numerous problems that we see in our country? The moment you start to think like that, then your school will become relevant. That is the time that your school becomes relevant. The moment you are thinking of getting a job with your certificate, your school is no more relevant. Don't you get it? So then you don't have to cry if nobody gives you a job. You don't have to be miserable or sad because somebody else does not employ you. What problem can you solve with the education that they have given you? What problem can you solve, So during my university days, we look for ways to travel outside the country, just like everybody else, to experience most of these places that we heard about and seen. We are heard about and seen on TV, and we were naive, We because the old school bug our back when I listen almost say in the mom call England, or mom call America so bad, or cabro for what up. Then so when you are in school, you see these things. And you thought that maybe when you go to England, they will welcome you, they will accept you. Or when you go to America, they will accept you. Those were just part of the colonization. Those were not necessarily true. I wish that we could have just gone. That time, they should have just told us to go to China to see how industries were built, how things were built, how things were produced. Not to go to England to go and look for cleaning job or security job operative job, or go to America and become a sales help on in a shop somewhere. They should have just told us that go to China and see how things are built, industries are built. Those would have added a lot of things to us. Those would have added a lot of things to us, but we were trained to look for job with the school that we are. So we were very happy. You see a lot of our mates looking for job. Looking for job. That's what we were taught. If I were in the university today, I would take visa and go to China, talk to an industry. Any is construction, is electronics, is it fashion, anywhere, is it the pharmaceutical industry? Where can you work for 6 months? Go and learn how to put things together so that when you come, you build something. You build something. When you come, you build something. So if your parents were not in good standing financially, getting the right documents to travel was very tough. You know it. Papa ni sika na mama ni sika be bank statement. Obroni ko bank statement oni bi. Ono dey say 10,000 wa account room. Ono no oni bi. So be sa won nkrofo bebre o mo ba ha bank statement oni bi. And so mo be say bank statement. You see, our mates who did not get to the university will find it very difficult to travel. Many of us, the program that I was on when we were in school some years ago, some of our friends didn't even come back. They were in the university and they did not come back because they thought that getting in those countries was better than the degrees that they were being given here. You see the way that people think? They thought that the degree was useless. Getting a visa to America, getting a visa to England was better. They were wrong. So if you're a student here and you travel, come and finish your school. Don't say that if I stay in America, or I will change the school and go somewhere. No. If you change the school, you're going to pay school fees. When you come here and you complete, you have mates that you can say that. Some of our mates who didn't come. Now you see later they are trying to connect to say that we were part of this class. We're not part. We didn't complete because you were ill-informed. So when you go, come. The solution is not traveling. The solution is in you. Having the right mindset to pick an idea and build it into an industry, into a business. And there's no better place to build business than in Ghana. If you're looking for a job to do and get some pounds, then travel. But if you want to build something significant, it's in Ghana. You meet many troubles, many difficulties, but those are all part of this of anything that is built and that is worth building. So this is the kind of thinking that you need so that you can see far more than your hunger today. The difficulties that you meet today should not stop you from dreaming to become what you want to become. So if your parents were poor, then you not go to school and you travel and you want to go through in Libya, to get to Italy. And you think that when you get to Italy, because you think that you didn't go to school, that's a lie. There's nothing that prevents you from building a business out of cassava farming or maize farming or chili or building a provision shop or producing something. Just because you didn't go to school does not mean that you are disadvantaged. That's not true. All that you need is a mental shift. It's a mental shift and availing yourself to say that I need better knowledge to build this life that I have. And if you have that and you're patient, give yourself 5 years, give yourself 10 years, give yourself 20 years. You'll be shocked and you'll be amazed what you will build out of your life. What we lack is the right information. It's no opportunities. It's never true. You'll be hungry. You'll meet troubles. But those are designed to bring the best out of you. That is how you're supposed to think. If you want to be great with your dreams, God puts greatness in all of us. The problem is you knowing how to bring it out. And bringing anything out takes a lot of effort. So if you're looking for somebody to bring it out of you, you wait forever. You are the one to birth that. It's not in anybody's power to bring greatness out of you. It takes work, it takes thinking, it takes knowledge, it takes patience, it takes faith, it takes positivity. It takes a lot of effort to bring any greatness out of you. And it's not because you didn't go to school or you didn't have parents. Those will make it difficult, no problem. But those will not stop you from becoming what you want to be. So we are reviewing this book, Perspective. How to build the mindset to start and build your business. It's a great book. You should get copy. It's on Amazon Kindle. You can order soft copies or hard copies as well. It is more than a lot of the courses that they taught you. That one I know. You paid 10,000 for that course. You came back. You're still looking for a job. You don't have a job now. You're confused. And this book is giving you hope. And you say that the cost that you pay for 10,000 is greater than this book. No, that's a lie. If that course was great, it will bring the best, and it will give you hope. You will not become depressed after getting so many certificates. You will not become depressed. If that course was designed to bring the best out of you, you will be a great person. So where am I? Our mace. Okay, so we did not understand that most of the countries that we wanted to travel to and the perception of Africa, we did not understand that. And the so-called opportunities that you hear Ghanaians say, opportunities are here. No, opportunities will bring the greatness out of you. Opportunities is not eating. No. Opportunity, the bed is not saying that I have opportunity because I can eat and build my nest. No. Opportunities are the things that bring destiny, greatness out of you. There's not an opportunity just because you have a job. No. It's building something. What can you build? Ask yourself, what can you build? What is it that you are contributing to the building of our country? What is it? Don't just look for job. What is it that you are building? What wealth are you creating? What value are you adding? Not just you drive to work, you come home, you play with your children. What value? What are you changing? Because if you're not changing anything, if I'm not changing anything, then our country will continue to be in this quagmire. But if you change something, I change something, then there's progress. And I'm saying that there's no greater way to bring economic empowerment, economic development to our people and to our country than building people who are building industries, building businesses, no matter how little it is. And we need to shift the minds of our young people to say that if you can build anything, no matter how little it is, be happy. You just have to think big and use technology and see how you can send it, sell them throughout the country and beyond the borders of our country. That is how. So what supersedes this is when you have a vision for your life. The opportunity is in having a great vision for your life beyond what to eat and what to drink. That is opportunity. Because with it, you'll be willing to go through what it takes to realize it, the vision. So if you don't have a vision, then you are the most miserable. If you don't have vision for greatness, then you are the one miserable. It's not because you don't have a job. It's not because you don't have certificate. It's not because you don't have any uncle or you don't have parents. No. Do you have vision? What is it that you want to become? Can you perceive? Can you see? This is 2023, 2025, 2026, 2050. How do you see yourself? Can you see beyond the pain? Beyond the pain today? Can you see beyond the lack today? That is what keeps you going. So if you can't see, then you're miserable. But if you can get yourself to see, then you can build that business. Then you can build that company. Then you can create opportunities for all of us. And that is what you have to see. So the bigger the vision, the better. See beyond hunger, see beyond car, see beyond house, see beyond visa, see beyond second degree and third degree. Can you build a university? Can you build a hospital? Can you build a production center? Can you? Because that is what you're designed to do. God did not create you to just live for yourself. And as a matter of fact, Ghana does not need a lot of people who are living for themselves. We need people who live for all of us, for all of us, especially. So the bigger the vision, the better, especially when it is linked to our country and our continent and their development. Somebody should have taught us this. Somebody should have taught us that what life requires is to have a vision to live far beyond livelihood and having a job, and that our country needed us to be relevant. If you see Ghanaian young youth talking against the country, it's because nobody taught them that they needed life beyond livelihood. So they're saying that I'm very hungry. If you're talking of hunger, you have forgotten yourself. Hunger is not... We are not talking of hunger, we are talking of a vision. And the food is in that vision. Sometimes when you're possessed with what you're doing, you never get hungry. That's why somebody can go to the lab for 24 hours. And my friend who is a surgeon, he told me that sometimes they can stand on their feet for days trying to solve or trying to save life because they are obsessed with the vision. They know that we have to make sure that we heal this person. You are only thinking of hunger because there's no vision. There's no greater vision. That's why when you're hungry, you feel it. When you have vision, when you're hungry, you not feel it because then the vision becomes the food. The vision that you have becomes the food. So if you meet a friend who's always talking of I'm hungry, there's no vision. There's no vision. That's why he's hungry. Once you get vision, food, that's not become a problem. So the teaching of African history was not part of our program. That's another thing. And I never saw the need to study history as an engineering student. As a matter of fact, they didn't even add it. At the time that we were completing the 4-year degree program, most of our year groups, irrespective of courses that they pursued, had the mind to travel outside the country to look for better jobs and further the education, because that is what the school was designed. The school was designed so that you feed, you are raw material to the European market. That's why they taught us English, because we didn't have to be in Ghana. They were just preparing us to travel to America, to travel to England, to travel to Australia, and all our minds were set there. So many of our people, those who had visa, some of them, once they write the exam, they finish the last paper, they are out of Ghana. Those who stayed, they didn't have visa. Many of them, very few, were so much convinced that I would want to live in Ghana and build my life. Very few. And I dare say that it has not changed. It is still the way it is. Go to Lagos today. Those who have visa will not stay. Those who don't have are looking for it. Because they were not taught the identity as Africans. So they think that there are so many problems here. And like many of us Africans, the Africa we see have been branded to us as a place of no opportunity, corruption, poverty, backwardness, And so when you are talking to Africans, you hear that all the time, because that is the brand of Africa that the world has carved out for us, especially the Europeans. So the Africans must be poor, must be corrupt, must be nothing, and the European must be what? Why the wisest? Must be organized society, as if they don't steal, they don't cheat, they don't take bribe. So those who could not travel had the only option left, and that was to look for better job, which would not come readily. At least not the ones that we will call decent job. So they will continue to look for teaching, police, military, pay bribe somewhere, trying to, because they believe, the school conditions you. The way your mind is set, once you're born, you're being set. And once your mind is set in a particular way, it takes a higher knowledge and revelation, a higher light to shift it. So many of us, even if that opportunity were there, they will not see it because they've been programmed to look for job. So once they didn't get visa, the next one is to look for a teaching, look for something constantly, and they will write applications. And I'm saying that there was a mind that we needed to develop so that we could build business for ourselves and for our country. So the core of duty to help develop our country was not instilled in us, and I didn't say so. That's why many of these scratchy people that we see, when they are working for the government, they work for themselves, not for the development of our country. Even politicians, they look for their pocket, not the interests of their country. Tell me, people who are holding big positions in our country, when they are making critical decisions, do they put the country first or they put their interest first? You answer for me. Those who put the country first will not take bribe, will not look for money, will promote their people. Those who have their interest first, you know them. Why? Because they did not instill in us that African pride and African consciousness. So that's why he's always in suit and tie. And he's very happy to have friends who are Europeans. All we knew was to look for a job and develop a career. And I dare say that if you have life at that stage and you can build beyond it, that's not the best of life. How was modern day education introduced to Africans? Were we introduced to engineering, science, creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship, or we were introduced to humanities, art, and social studies? You know, they were teaching us. As a matter of fact, our grandparents thought that going to church and going to school were the same, because it was religious education that they introduced us when they sent us to school. So education was not designed for the development of our mind and the development of our country. So that's why creative thinking, innovation, entrepreneurship, things that will build industries were limited, were not even added at all. As a matter of fact, there were documents that meant that they didn't have to expose the Africans to higher level science and engineering education. You know, so in our training, ability to use the mind, develop the mind to create, was not part of it. It was not part of it. So most of our leaders were not even introduced to higher level mathematics. And those that they wanted to create solutions and solve problems were introduced in their culture. Those who were introduced to higher level mathematics, they were thinkers. They were those who were able to build systems to organize the society. In our country, they didn't want us. So 200 years ago, how many Ghanaians or how many people who, before Ghana, maybe in the Gold Coast or in Ashanti or somewhere, were introduced to high level mathematics education, because they knew that for you to build any country, you needed to produce people who could think in structures and systems and who could build solutions to run anything. And that kind of education was not introduced to us. So they introduced to us religious education. They introduced to us, law. They introduced to us, social science, English, language, cooking. That is what they introduced to us. So very few will be exposed to that kind of. And so that's why you are asking all these questions. You ask all these questions because the things that shifted the rest of the world to think, to create structures and systems to build society, they did not add to our education. They did not add to our education. And when you study Africa, you study it, you see it. So a lot of the things that you say today, if you want solution, go to how the education was introduced to you. It was introduced to you to numb your creativity. Your self-belief was touched, your self-identity was touched, and your ability to think, to create structures, to organize your life and to organize the society was also attacked. So so science education, all those were not. And beyond the creation of products, which is science, engineering education, is entrepreneurship, which is the ability to commercialize what you have produced, build business systems around the product to create wealth. And that was not even added at all. At all. So even if they were giving some level of mathematics or higher education, the ability to convert that into building industry was never added. It was never added. So you were taught science education without the need for entrepreneurship thinking and development. Then we will be waiting for another man. If you were taught, let me take it again. If you were taught science education without the need for entrepreneurship thinking and development, then we will be waiting for another man to employ us. So you see a lot of engineers are waiting for somebody to give them a job because they taught them engineering, but they didn't teach them entrepreneurship, how to turn that idea into business and be comfortable with all the processes that will come at you. And without teaching us history and its relevance in continuing from where others left, we will not understand what has been sacrificed for us and we would have to do, and what we would have to do for the next generation. So the people who think today is because they were not taught their history. So they think for themselves only. The moment you are taught your history, you think for the next generation. And I say that even if those who were taught engineering, physics, and those were not taught their history, they were also not taught business, wealth creation. So they taught in terms of just get a job. They will not think for the next generation, and they will not even think in terms of wealth creation. So it is not that not science education is not important. No, science education is important. Management, social science, but the volumes are too many. You go to Lagos, they're producing a lot of these people. When they come, there's no direct scale, and they confuse them. So a few should do that. A country that has to develop, you need technical. That's why China is producing a lot of engineers, chemistry people, thousands. And we are here producing what? Those of us who have to build our country, what kind of education are they giving us? So, but we were not going to do, so if it is not that knowledge, science education is not important, but we are not going to do production through industry if we are not getting majority coming from our colleges doing science balanced with good African history. Because you can produce scientists, but if they don't know themselves, they will just pack their things and go. And tell you that a lot of my mates are like that. You say that I have nothing to do with Ghana. I'm tired. One of my friends told me, he said, Africans, we are not human beings. He's an engineering student, but he didn't have history. So he so believe in what he's saying, but he lacks that kind of education. So taking time to develop the business and leadership skills needed to build a business goes beyond learning science, energy, and engineering. A healthy link among science, education, business skills development, and African history is what is really needed. So a healthy link, business education, ability to also create systems and products, and ability to stay confident as an African and be happy and talk well about your race is also key, because that's where the identity is really established. So my business education started after completing the degree program in engineering. I was inundated with engineering principles and mathematics, but no professional training or leadership, you see. And the university did what they had to do, but it was left for me to know what I had and what I did not have to pursue life and develop as an entrepreneur. So what was lacking, I had to put in myself. I had to put in myself. I had to put in myself. The university, okay, so I had to put in myself to develop as an entrepreneur. So what helped me was I was an avid reader of books about business, leadership, entrepreneurship, a subject outside engineering. So if you're at school now, know that the content you need it for the class, the exam, but to study for life, you need more than that. You need to build yourself as an African. You need to study how to pick a product and take it to the market. You need to understand the culture. You need to even understand the world and the structures that run this world. And those ones go beyond your course that they are teaching. The professor himself is going on strike. It means that there's something that the professor himself would have to find. So he's academic, he's teaching you, that's perfect. But for life, you have to educate yourself. You have to educate yourself, or you'll be average. And you become part of those who are complaining and talking negatively about us, about our country. So after the first degree, I had to either look for a job or travel. I dabbled with lots of ideas, and that could be developed into business, and stop and went. So I tried a lot of things. Many did not work. And then they pushed me to go and study master's in engineering. I registered an enterprise after completing national service. So we did national service in Kumasi. looking for a job was not much on my mind. Miss Cassie, if you grab a high dine, the man will say, I was not sure what I was going to do with engineering as well. Because why? To build a machine, let's say I did agric engineering. So you could build a food processing company. You could build machine like a bulldozer, tractor, food machines. We did not have the expertise. Waste management, they were part of it. We did not have machines. We did not have the right training as well. So how could I pick myself to set up an engineering firm, without any uncle anywhere, any father anywhere? And I dare say that many of us are in that category. We are still in that category. So the practical experience that I had during the short-term internship in an engineering firm was not enough for me. The first time I buy, but the moment he saw that I was national service, he said, we know the free school there, but we know. Not even. You see the problem? Instead of him to continue to send me, now because you have gone to school, they say that don't touch it. So if you don't push yourself there, and the way we asking, when are you finishing and going back? When do you want to go back? Because here there's no space for you. I remember they said that. The national service. Yeah, they didn't even like there. So this lack of industrial professional training makes it difficult for us to start businesses in engineering fields because the exposure in that is little, especially if you don't have a lot of passion for product development in engineering. How do you start a business in manufacturing and engineering to no technical expertise? How do you start that? Maybe you should have gone to magazine, you know, should have just stayed there for a year or two, you know, to learn. This is the reason most of us start in trading and commerce at the initial stage, or you learn to partner with someone with technical expertise. So that's the way out. If you can't stay, go back to train in the technical field, then maybe you would have to go into selling. Whether selling technical product or non-technical product, or you have to partner with somebody who has also invested time to learn some of this. So maybe you have a managerial background, but your friend can code. Come together, form an IT business, or your friend knows how to farm, produce something, or produce a product, or maybe process fruit or food, something. Whatever that you don't have that your friend has, because business is not just about the technical product. You also, when you finish, you have to send it to the market. So you need both skills. And if you want to go with partnership, go like that. Don't pick two technical people who don't understand the market, who don't understand money, who don't understand anything, and you're just working on a product. When you finish, somebody else must take it to the market and get money. So but if you have both in you, then you have an advantage. So it will take years for me to understand the path that I had taken, and that's where the errors and the mistakes and the pain will come from. Why? Because I started with not much. So there was a lot of foolishness, a lot of errors, a lot of wrong psyche in terms of what it would take for a business to be built. So share the channel, share it with your friends. I think we are sharing something good. We're sharing something technical. We are sharing something good, and it's still under introduction. It's still under introduction. Something about words, something about teaching, something about books is that just one word can trigger a whole different innovation in your mind. A whole new life can start out of this. Many people have sent us messages just by the words that they hear from this channel. So we don't take this channel for granted, and we appreciate the support. If you anytime we are here, you come here to watch, we are grateful, And we also say learning as well. I'm my number one student, actually. I am my number one student. I learn, here more than teach. And that's a fact. I learn just as I'm reading, more ideas are coming to my mind. So it's not that I'm here teaching, but I'm here as number one student. So it will take years for us to understand that part. So all I could hear was go and look for a job. And quite frankly, where were the jobs, and who would even do some introduction for us to get this same job? So if you didn't have an uncle who was a politician, who will give you a job? Have you ever tried looking for a job in Ghana? And you get to the girls who are, with their makeup at the receptionist, you understand. This business journey is lonely and harsh, but with the right knowledge and preparation, things get better if you don't give up. So the secret is with the right knowledge. And with the right knowledge, the right mindset is built. And once the mindset is built, success is guaranteed. Once you have the right mindset built, success is guaranteed. So all this, up and down is to get you to get to a stage where the right mindset is really established. And then you start to see things differently. And whatever you touch, it starts to make sense. So I have had business ideas that did not work out because I was learning. And business relationships that went bad. Yes. I have lost money through bad decisions and bad choices. That's how you lose money. It's not the devil. When you make wrong decisions on money, you lose money. It will take time for me to develop the skill set needed, the leadership skills, the character development. I had to learn that companies are built to do well when they start with the right vision and have the continuous desire to do things rightly. So you design a business to succeed, and that one will depend on the expertise that you have gained over time. Every business now, if you are designing any business to work, it will be different from when you started 20 years ago. I had to learn how to lead develop and inspire people or inspire team, and be patient with the process till it succeeds. A business should have a vision. There should be a vision. Solve problems for society and people. So if your business is just looking for money, then you'll have trouble. If your business is just, you have to have a particular problem that you are solving for society. The strength to withstand opposition and frustration that comes with building anything significant was part of the things that I had to learn. You need to be strong, and the strength comes mainly from the mental state that you develop. This generation has the best timing and resources to create business opportunities. We have unlimited access to information, just like this. We have unlimited access to information. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, we could not do this seminar. We could not do this program. There are people who are watching this everywhere, anywhere, corner in their room, in any part of the globe. And there are people who are going to watch this later, tomorrow, the next year, the next 10 years. That is the access that we have. And that's why we say that don't let anybody tell you that because you don't have a job, it means you can't do anything with your life, because the world has really improved and you can do a lot if you open your mind. The internet is a big leverage, and it is a big leverage. It's a huge, unlimited resources that you have on the internet. Don't watch it. Don't use it to watch Agrada. Don't use it to just watch comedy and football and politics. This year and next year, there will be a lot of politics. You don't have a job and you're following politics. Meanwhile, you are also not developing as a politician. If you want to follow politics, then become politician. But make sure when you become one, you don't go there only for money. You go there to change lives. So the internet is a great tool. It's a great tool. So there are opportunities in construction. If you are thinking of businesses to start, look for construction. There's fashion, there's retail, there's agriculture, there's education, entertainment, sports, manufacturing, oil and gas, finance, media, telecommunication, internet itself is a business, technology, etc. What you can do is what? Explore. Challenge your mind. Don't say that media may pay internet. They need to develop the right mindset, the business skills, and the network is essential and critical if you want to start your own business. Starting business requires courage, and people who cannot stand on their own don't have to be entrepreneurs. You need courage, the ability to keep going when everybody is telling you to stop. We need to have conviction, confidence, and that's why when they attack your identity, it's difficult for you to build anything significant, because then you are full of self-doubt. To start and build, so we need to have conviction, confidence, and courage to start and build in a growing but an unpredictable economy. Because tomorrow they can just trick the city. They say that the city now is 12. It's amazing. It's amazing. So it takes determination and hard work to build a business. You need to be determined and you need to be hardworking for you to build anything. In some parts of the world, most people start businesses because they see opportunity, not because they can find a job. There is the need for us to see opportunities in starting businesses to create jobs, offer better products and services. We don't have to leave the business environment for foreigners. If you're a young man here and you see foreigners building businesses, you should be disturbed. Ask yourself, where are people to? Because I don't know how many Ghanaians are building businesses anywhere in the world. How many Africans can you go? That you go to India and you see a lot of Africans building businesses and you can see their impact. Or you go to China, many Africans building strong big businesses. But come to Africa. Chinese are trying to build something. Indians are building here. Europeans are here. Lebanese are here. And we don't go anywhere to build anything. It's a psyche that we have to change. And if nothing at all, we should stand. At least build our own. But that will come from different kind of education, because the one that they gave us was designed for us to go and look for a job. They didn't go for any education to look for any job. When they go anywhere, they want to build. When they go anywhere, they want to build, because they will go for power and they go for wealth. We are going for car, We are going for house and position and title. That's what we go for. So he's a doctor, he's a lawyer, he's the head of this department. That's why we are very happy with that. We need to change that. We want to say that he's the owner of this university. He's the owner of this conglomerate. He's the owner of this industry. That is what we have to, because that is how they talk. That's why they talk in the millions and the billions. And we talk in thousands. And we're still very happy. And we stay very happy, and we say that, yeah, it's a very nice job. Now you are fighting between $5,000 and $10,000. So how much do you make? We are not talking of that. We are talking of millions. And it's shifts. It's a mind that is shifted. So we are talking of developing the mindset to start and build your business. Once you program like that, you won't fail. So it's a good thing. Finding a market share to grow is not so much difficult. In Africa, any industry, in Ghana, any industry that you are equipped, you can go in and you won't fail. You don't need any special business idea in Ghana. Any area that you are ready to go and do it well. Bring your personality. The development you have given to yourself, take it to the business. Give quality service. Work when others are sleeping. Organize your finances. Let your yes be yes, no be no. Train your team. Be honest, be straightforward. Take this to business. Any business. You start to sell cassava, start to sell banana, you will not fail. You succeed. Because it's you that you bring to the business. So if you're organized, there's abundance in our economy. From everywhere, from east to from north to south, east and west, and the middle, everywhere. Your problem is not looking for opportunity. Your problem is bringing yourself to that level that you can organize. You can organize. So that is where the problem is. It's not because there's no opportunity here. That is not so. So much is here. We live in wealth. The problem is the mindset that we have. We live in abundance. The problem is the mindset that we have. Everything that you touch, and it's not only Ghana, everywhere. Move from Ghana to Benin to Togo, you see it. Go to Nigeria, it's there. Everywhere. Meanwhile, they have programmed our youth to say that there's no opportunity in Ghana. So this is because most of our business sectors need improved services, products. Yes, quality service. You go to this restaurant, the boy is serving you, the boy who is serving you, you are bringing money, and he's not even welcoming you, and you have been there for 10 times. And every day you go there, you are treated like a stranger. That's not a business that is designed to succeed. Because if somebody comes to your business one day, the next day, they should feel welcome. And they should feel respected. They should feel appreciated. And if you can do these little things, when others are blowing cash, you make sure that you have enough allowance so that when there is a problem, you don't drop. These are these basic things that when you do and you do them well, you succeed in our country. And it's very simple. They're not complex. Having to work to gain experience and network before you start any business may come with some advantages, like the people who have worked before, management and some professional skills. However, they find it difficult to master the courage and the thickness of skin and the versatility needed at the starting stage. So somebody may come with a lot of managerial skills, but then the ability to keep going when there is trouble, he can't. And so the bank boys will sit and tie. They will start very nice. But when they hit problem, then they give up. The level of pessimism that people show towards enterprise and business needs orientation. Don't expect family and friends to agree with you when you start. Don't expect that. Because they thought that you went to school, so you must have a job and pay. It is even more discouraging for those with so-called degrees. Even those who didn't go much, your mother is not expecting you to start a business, you're expecting you to travel. Your father is expecting you to go and look for something else, not to start, say you want to start a cassava farm. Say you are crazy. Family and friends will not take pride in your endeavor. They will even hide you. When you are coming, they will hide. When you start business, when they are coming, they will hide. It's like, well, we'll pay you, man. A man for pay you, but Russia them say will build the business. Don't let those discourage you. Rather you will be expected to get a job in multinationals, and get married. And you say, oh, starting as a fire, oh, better worry, and start a family. That's what you see. The advice. You will be compared with your colleagues who are employed. Who started because only are going away school, and when you're what if years or your business. Entrepreneurship to them is not for those who have gone to school, and you are in it mainly because you can find any job. And some of your friends will laugh at you like that, but it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. They'll be happy if you succeed. Yes, that is if they would be. Now they'll start to say mention your name somewhere because you start to see some success. But many people don't understand the numbers. So they compare you doing your business with salary. But it's the whole different ball game. Majority of people who are doing business are self-employed. That's the truth. So our problem is to lift this to the next level, where we start to build structures and systems to employ. But they may not have any formal education, and they know how to build, companies. Majority. So somebody can be at a do market but it's still the same one shop. They are not able to, because it takes a lot of training, a lot of expertise to build, and to grow and to scale. So they may also lack the vision, and leadership to attract, and especially those who don't develop themselves and develop people to grow the business. They even tell their children to look for employment, that they engage in what they do because they didn't go to school. There are people who are very successful in the businesses that they run, but they will still send their children to go and do medicine and engineering and never come to the market, because they are at the marketplace because they didn't go to school. So it goes back to the point that once you go to school, somebody must give you a job. So when you tell those of you with parents who are doing business, when you tell them they are doing business, if they are not very tough and very much thought through in terms of their mindset, they will tell you to go and look for. Business has not been part of the educated populace because the educational system has not been structured to produce innovators and creators of industry who embrace the idea of learning to build anything after school. So most graduate people are not looking at innovating in any industry or innovation in any industry at all. They are looking for a job from government. Perhaps this could be one of the reasons we have many informal sectors, and that's true. So if you go there when they are going to school, when you go there, they want to tell you that they are going to school. So the closest we get to when it comes to entrepreneurship from those who have some kind of degree is being consultant. So that's why you see them with civil engineering consultant and something consultant. So they don't want to use their hand to work. They want to be consultant, advising people. They don't want to take risk. Building companies require that one develops the mindset to think structurally and learn how to work with a team. So it just not now it goes beyond you having a job for yourself. Now you are looking at building a company, positioning the idea to a stage where you start to build a team and start to employ people, and that calls for a lot of skill. Solving problem is what business is all about. And so when we doubt our abilities to solve problems, we will not have any entrepreneurs or a supporting ecosystem that can develop many business people. In our country, many people are very negative and pessimistic. That's why when you get up in the morning, you hear a lot of negatives. You see our media house. Oh, this crashes. So the car had accident somewhere. It's always negative that they feed people. And somebody told them that journalism is about negativity. That's what they told them. But they don't know that those people have built their country. And we are yet to build our country. And yet we are destroying the minds of our people with negativity from morning to evening. And still expecting that we will build our country. It's amazing. If somebody told you that they use negativity to build or to as the foundation for journalism, but you are building. So if you take that approach, when are you going to build? It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing that you use this approach that they have used. That's why they are telling the people use that. You build your people. Use that. Meanwhile, they didn't develop their country with that. They developed their country with guns. They went everywhere and took advantage of a lot of people. And now they're advising you to come to them for loan so that you can build your country. And the people have bought those lies. Entrepreneurship and the importance of history. We are just at about the last bit, and then I'll share the link. So today is today is a tough one. Or maybe I'll stop here And we continue some other time. I'll see. Okay, let's read. So history were studied, because for me, the whole thing is about the history. If the people are not taught the right history, just like they have done to a lot of Africans, they will never have self-confidence. They will never have courage, and they will not be able to innovate. They will never be able to build wealth for their own people. So history were taught and studied as a way of repairing the image of the African. So once you find the right history, before you didn't have confidence in yourself. Now you start to have confidence in yourself. You didn't have confidence in your country. Now you start to have confidence in your country. Now, before you didn't even respect your people because of the things that they taught you. You didn't trust them. The moment you start to get access to the right African history, your mind starts to repair. You start to have confidence. You start to believe in yourself. So no matter what we teach people, if they believe that they are inferior, cursed, and are lost in the culture and the image of others, they will live a limited life. So you can send them to Yale, Harvard, Oxford. If they believe that the Africans and therefore they're inferior or subservient to the white man or to the Chinese, they will live very limited and miserable life. And you can repair that when you teach them their right history. So we have to believe unequivocally that we are not inferior in our thinking, in our abilities. You are not cursed as an African. You just be misinformed. The Africans have just been brainwashed, not because they are inferior. We are not inferior. Because once you train an African, the other day I was watching this white guy, white supremacist. He thinks that the gene of the white people and intelligence is in their genes, and that some other races like Africans are not intelligent, and they have to be bold to say it. I said, you see, even in this time, they still believe in that. And they teach that, and they believe, majority of the people believe that. But if they say that if there is anything like superior genes, it will not be the white man. So the teaching of African history beyond slavery and colonization is important in the development of entrepreneurs in Africa. Because we have encountered entrepreneurs, built big businesses, but when they stand there to talk, by the time they finish, you feel inferior and dejected as an African. Because every example that they will give is to raise others but us. Because they did not repair that side. They did not learn the right history. This history should date back to over even 5,000 or before. And many people don't even know that such information exists. Don't study the history from Elmina Castle. No. Go thousands of years before that. You'll find yourself as an African. There's the need for us to research on these epic facts of Africa. As an entrepreneur, you need that. Because entrepreneurship is about courage. And courage is built on identity. And your identity is built on your sense of history. So if you believe that you have nothing, then you will not be courageous. We still think that someone is responsible. That's why we are looking for help every time. And that is the politicians. They think that somebody will have to give them money. Don't see anything wrong with begging all the time. You can't be great when you're begging all the time. You're begging people for money, for help every day. No. And one thing I've seen is that people who beg you go around begging everybody. It's now a culture for them. So it's not that they're asking of money from you alone. They ask everybody. But you cannot be great begging, especially lying in your begging. The business person with a vision should not follow this. You should not be the one always begging. You take people's money, you don't pay. Like I know somebody. He owes people by still buying cars. You will crash. And it will be very difficult for you to get up. We have not been trained to solve the problems of our environment because there's no sense of pride. The moment you become proud as an African, you start to look for problems in the environment of our heritage when it has to do with building businesses. So build businesses that will solve the critical, pertinent problems in the environment. If you're not happy with education, build something to solve it. If you're not happy with the sewage system, solve it. If there is acute water shortage in your village, build boreholes there. If you're not happy with the hospital, create a clinic there. Build a factory, give people a job in your area. Who told you that it cannot be done? It can be done. It can be done. The lack of sense of history in our education is partly responsible for this. Right? There's no sense of pride. And as we talk now, we are producing a lot of graduates from the secondary schools with no sense of history. That's why when they finish, they're looking for visa the next minute because they cannot stand to fight. Teaching history to engineers, doctors, teachers gives them a better perspective about the problems and makes them patriotic enough to look for solutions. This history I'm talking about is not about colonization and slavery, but acquiring the right information in Africa. It is imperative that we do this because we all have some form of information about who we are, but they are the kind that makes us victims. So the teacher in the other day, I heard a student say that the teacher was saying that in Africa, because when we are poor, when we sleep, we lock our doors, because in some countries when they sleep, they don't lock their doors. Look at this. Even the teacher at the secondary level, the examples that they give to the children is always coming from a sense of inferiority and victims mindset as Africans. So if you don't teach your child this history, by the time they are through the secondary education, they have no self-worth, because the teacher himself does not know. So all the examples that they give the children, America is great, England is great, the British are something. The African, they are corrupt, they are backward. When you get visa, move out of Ghana. He himself is looking for. Look at how many secondary school teachers are getting visa to go to England, or nurses are getting visa to go, doctors are getting. It's not because here is hard, it's the content. There's no sense of identity and pride. So they don't want pressure. If you're not strong, you take the easy way out. But then you sacrifice your greatness. Fortune, they say, is for the courageous. So let's continue. Education is of little or no use if you cannot solve your immediate problems. If you say you're educated, you will see it by the problems that you solve around you. And the current system of education cannot solve this problem, because this kind of education was designed to produce a people who will not have any sense of confidence in themselves and in their heritage and even in their future. Teaching what I call proper African history, all programs will help instill in us a sense of purpose, patriotism, and value for people, and can hold people to higher standards by changing the expectation. We will get to know what we have endured and have achieved that was not told us. When people are exposed to their greatness in history, they become proud and bold. If you were a son of a great chief or a grandson of a great chief and you didn't know, the day that they tell you that, your whole sense will change. So it's everything. That's what they teach their people. The Jews are teaching their people. The Europeans are even trying to link everything to the Greeks and tell you that Greeks were white. And then they tell the Africans that they were nothing. And the Africans have bought that lie. That's what the Chinese are constantly saying, that they have 5,000-year history. I never hear African leaders say that we have 10,000-year history. They don't say anything. They just telling us the colonization and slavery, and telling us to go and learn French, instead of them to tell us to go and learn Swahili, Igbo, Yoruba, Zulu. They are telling us to go and learn French and Portuguese and German, because the colonization is still in motion. So we are almost coming to the end. So we hardly taught about our heroes in science, technology, and innovation. Yet we want Africa to become innovators. Africans to become innovators. The examples that we don't see, the examples we see don't represent us when it comes to achievement. And when you don't have representation in achievement, it's difficult to raise the people to see themselves that way. So if they constantly show you all the billionaires are white, we have no representation in that. Those who are building all these companies are white, are Indians, are Chinese. We have no representation in that. So if you continuously teach your children the great people in history are non-African, there is no representation. And people become strong when they have representation. So teach them their heroes. Teach them their greatness. That's how they become great. What we are seeing is the teaching of slavery, colonization, African culture, traditions, and calling the African history. They teach our weak moments and leave the great ones. This has made us question our capabilities as a people. This causes us to believe we are incapable of handling our own problems. That's why we are begging everybody to come and support us. Because what they taught us, they didn't teach us our greatness. Over the years, the image of Africa or the black race has been mutilated. Unfortunately, we have not put any structure in place to amend that. Our misunderstanding of leadership, consumer-based thinking, small and selfish thinking, bribery and apathy, all support the fact that we need to build strong mental structures for development. No one can do this for us. The people, you can't develop a country without a people with strong mental structure. And you can build strong mental structure with a weak data about themselves. Errors have been promulgated, and some think that we use that as an alibi to cover our weakness and wickedness. I don't think so. The solution lies in the knowledge of who we are, our talent and passion, our purpose and willingness to stay with our dream to see them realized. We can repair and amend this image of a needy people at the individual levels, since government or society as a whole may not be able to do this in our lifetime. We continuously see image of Africa portrayed in every wrong way in most media houses around the world. Whenever you see anything that they say about Africa, it's about all the negative, the disease, the chaos, the poverty, the corruption, in all those countries that you live in. Subconsciously, we will need a strong identity to be assertive and not feel limited. We will not be in a position to develop entrepreneurs who are skilled in leadership and character when we have not developed people to be courageous, well-informed, and confident. It will take more effort to train the African entrepreneur in repairing this misconception on self-image and how continence is viewed by us and the rest of the world. We have different ways of doing things. We operate in a different environment with different business and government structures. We can learn management systems from different environments, but we need to develop appropriate technology and techniques that will suit our situation in order to succeed. So which means that when you're building something in Africa as a Ghanaian, all the mechanics that you learn from anywhere, make sure that you can bring them to the level of the people, to the culture. Because until you can do that, or until you do that, you're going to find it difficult to succeed. Because the understanding of the people is different, and government infrastructure is different, the culture is different. And so if we will build a successful and prosperous continent, it is entrepreneurs who will create jobs and build industries. The best our governments can do is to create the enabling environment necessary for businesses to flourish. They say that they are still trying to do that. And this will require a generation that has been prepared to think differently. The business people who are going to help to develop our continent are those who are continuously developing themselves, keeping in mind where the world is leading, where the world is heading in terms of the future, technology, and business. Africa will not be the next big thing if entrepreneurs are not thinking aside. So we need to raise entrepreneurs who are futuristic and who are proud as well. We still have basic problems that need business solutions in housing, food, clothing, health. This calls for business minds that are thinking beyond our immediate needs. We should not just be a consumer market for the rest of the world. We can add value to our product, to goods and services. So, my name is Obin Dako. Today, if you have just joined us, it's taking so much time. I'm doing the introduction of perspective, how to develop the mindset to start and build your business with just about 10 minutes to wrapping up on that. So long-term thinking and patience. Starting a business does not just happen. Our experiences pattern us on the part of entrepreneurship and employment. The part of the entrepreneur can be chaotic, developing the idea, forming the team, providing the leadership, staying peaceful and strategic when things don't work out as initially planned, and sourcing for funds are all needful. We started business, engineering, and construction and fashion with no family connections or political network, no capital, no business leadership skill. We started with our belief in God. Some people say that we don't believe in God. You can see it here. We believe in God, but not the way you want to explain it to us, where you want to use fear. Our belief in ourselves, that is so critical. We believe in ourselves as well, and our belief in Africa. We were not sure of what we were going to do, but we kept going in the middle of difficulties, oppositions, and mistakes. That is that if you're going to succeed, you have to keep going, even if you doubt yourself. Even if you can see the light, you still have to crawl. Keep going, because it doesn't stay the same. It changes. I dare say that this is the category that most of our graduates find themselves. We need to help people with so little to start to dare to think differently and independently. If you think that your family does not have anything, you can start a business. Business could be their best option out, and it is also the best way to create wealth without becoming a thief. If we are going to develop the mindset to start business, we have to think differently about problems, especially the basic human problems that we face in our country, and have the vision to solve those that get our attention, the ones that we have the skill set to solve. We have to see problems as opportunities and not run away from them. Problems are opportunities. Don't run from problems. Say that there are so many difficulties in Ghana, so I can't be here. We need to understand that there is a mindset and skill set for the entrepreneur. Patiently, we have to learn how to develop the ability to build a leader team. We also have to understand that building a business is not the quickest way to get money, but the surest way to create long-term wealth. Building a business is the surest way to create long-term wealth. Consistent learning will eventually pay off in our bid to creating jobs and solving problems if you don't give up. I have attempted to share my thoughts on how we can develop this entrepreneurship mindset. Your perspective is your reality. Enjoy the read. So my name is Obendako. Today we are doing book review, the book that I wrote, Perspective, How to Develop the Mindset to Start and Build Your Business. We just did the introduction. Hopefully we will continue some other time. I want to share the link. If you have some thoughts here, you can join the conversation. Tell us what you agree with, what you don't agree with, no problem. So you can join us. I share the link. Thank you for taking your time to take these lessons. And we have a lot to learn as Africans. We have a lot to learn, a lot to study, a lot to put together. And so if you're a young person, don't give up. Don't cry. Continue to build. They will disagree with you. Don't worry. The system can crash on you. Don't worry. Keep building. Keep becoming better, because that is the way forward. As a matter of fact, you're not only doing it for yourself, you're doing it for all of us as well, because we need many in everywhere. A group of people, people should be able to produce the things that they need. People should be able to produce the things that they need, the food that they eat, the places that they sleep, the cars they drive, the clothes that they wear, the medicine that they take, the schools that they go to. People should be able to provide these solutions. And if you don't produce entrepreneurs, who will provide these solutions? Who will provide these solutions? So we are the ones to provide these solutions. So, okay, Jack. Kasa.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, boss.
Yeah. Really. Yeah, that was never put to any most power catcher. Yeah, this is my second show, and many are jump. Yes. Yeah, that was yeah, what church encouraging me more. Wow. My vision for this great nation. Yeah, some of us has choose not to go out, especially me, like Ohene Da Costa.
That's right.
Like I want to explain myself small for the viewers and listeners to know me and our here, so that other youth like me, will pick it up and build this beautiful nation. Because as you said, say the foreigners are taking advantage of Ghana to enrich themselves,
Yeah.
and we, the youth, can do something. Yes,
Yeah.
very, very true. Very, very true. Niamdi Kaka, I'm Ohene Da Costa, an engineer and also a young police officer.
Hey.
Yes, I've been in the
Okay.
police service for almost 13 years now.
Hey,
And
officer.
and engineering is part of my life.
Okay.
I manufacture block machines, automatic block machines. Maybe, if not to say, I'm the first Ghanaian to manufacture an industrial block machine. My machine made like 14 pieces of blocks within 20 seconds.
Wow.
Yes, and it's like through my innovations, there are many, many machines that I have fabricated, like I have manufactured. About, if you look at the coconut aspect, growing of coconut, I've manufactured a machine which can trim the coconut, do it in search of packaging, and be selling it outside Ghana. That's what I think of. Yes, so through my innovations and this thing, some people are showing interest from outside and they want to come in. I quite remember a partner from India, an engineer, a very big company, Settler Road Equipment Company. They manufacture asphalt roads equipment, machine that you use to manufacture in construction of road. So he came in, also free laboratory by, that was last year. Say, Wahumi, Da Costa, you have such wonderful idea. Let's go to India. Go and manufacture those machines that I'm doing here. Bring it to here in Ghana and come and sell it. And I'm saying, oh, yeah, it's a good idea, but I'm not going. Yes, I told him, sir, I'm not going. The general manager, or by him say, and I'm saying I'm not going. He or by me chain or name it now almost 3 months. Tried to convince me, say maybe I'll go with him. We start manufacturing those machines in India because Niana Miriam say semekwa jobs I make creative or Africa. I'm not going to do that.
That's right.
Yes, because my machines now, oh yeah, machine now, especially block machines now. We hear welders, we hear electricians, we hear conveyor belt, we hear pumps, hydraulic pumps. It's a whole way on it. And to say, be a miracle. We show me here, people are there. Me call machine wo hono. Me ba my baby a showroom in Africa, Ghana here. We'll be selling our product. Me creative job beyond. So I said no. I mean call or by first one. So or be say 1 week no corner. Then we had a conversation. Da Costa, this. Let's go. I have my company here, workers, and I'm saying no. If you want to really help me, come. Bring your engineers. I bring my engineers. We partner. All the year in manufacturing of road equipment and other heavy machines, which is good. Bring your engineers. Family engineers. We set up the company in Ghana here. Employ the youth, which we can employ almost like 1,000 above going.
Wow.
We learn something from it. From the machines na here, no. Almost to me there. Until almost 3 months ni. Me then feel some akawi, we feel on your call. He came. Oba, or the engineers 4. Omaba. That's me. Some engineers now. So Niawo can necessarily say we all these peoples we can develop our nation. A bit to me SCCI without depending on say you to coin akokoye juma near this cabefie. Now I say we sit down and say SCI create your own wealth. Oba he has come. Now everything is on me now. How to gather my self. Well, I be to me. I Jumano.
Wow.
His machine, asphalt plant machine, cost almost one machine plant no be you know. It cost almost 200. It starts from $250,000 to $500,000 a plant, which can so or say or now it takes almost like 1 month to finish a plant. So now, Nienti America saying and say, Neyi or the Abano, I'm going to tap in his knowledge. Yes, I'm going to tap in his knowledge because the knowledge need technology is very, very huge to develop this country, Ghana. Because say our company, I must set it up, is first in Africa in manufacturing this asphalt plant, civil engineering plant, like those they use in concrete mixture for highways, concrete highways, building up high-rise building structures, like what the Chinese have taken over Africa and Ghana in doing.
Okay.
And moreover, say your machines news who Ghana hanums here, especially like my block machines. No, if you are selling it out to the neighboring country, machine no be a better or they kono. You also buy in workers and be operating machines. No, the workers that we are going to operate the machines. And to say be a better plant no or Africa hanums here and I say Ghana hanum no de kwa. Each plant be a carry pamos be a 5. See the number of employment like I'm creating in Ghana here. Let me give you one example. I went to an asphalt plant on the stretch of Accra Kumasi Road. So minimum general manager no Kasan and Bisan say, who operate this machine or say baby or koto machines no free China no. Omo de China for no so no aka ho say operating machines no. Then they have changed all the computerized into oko honoma omo a panel na computer no also. Omo change it to operate the plant no omo change edin nyina into China. Into the Chinese ni honoma the plant shut down.
However,
Ghana here, of course, Otra in Sawam, Ede Basum Honum na on your left. I don't want to mention that company. Yes. Yes. And the Chinese are charging $5,000 a month.
For what?
To operate that machine.
That's right.
Yes. And you know, that's why the Chinese have taken over. baby na or the work to say or the block machine ba to say na me manufacture in Ghana and say bia mana not in China ni aka ho on be adwuma no no nko it is especially say me koya that's what I'm going to do yeah me manufacture me machines no India with the India ni beba ebi obe talking about man he will come and operate the machine be taking our money yom generate scan wa hand say na no be call outside
na say no ma me bi say o say ya nkofo be ba so say ya they say we
yeah.
man do say dey na eko
they say do money there after ya start up
okay
engineers my team engineers we are here it's engineers too are here everything paperwork documentation certificate of everything we are on it and to know now no dear to say now yabamu na you know I want all of us because who creative water is not one person or like what you were saying you know it's not one person it's a weeba me I have the technical knowledge technology everything I have it so me here more people partners maybe I'm to come in because partners, my company
partners for what do you mean
partners to do business they have to bring their like money inside I'm from Sikambra near setting up this a mega project in Africa.
Oh
yes I'm ever ready me doors they are open.
What is your website? Website here
my website
yes
no ma what's that I think you developing on it no okay, I've given it to especially
okay do obi show is it Facebook is it Instagram where do they find it
I have my number my number is there oba okay. Gmail ma me Gmail muso a my number is 0249 154419 again 0249 154419 and moreover also no me pay asase kesiye like 20 acres 10 acres to 20 acres ye pay Ghana hanem say especially if
it's open free and as open
yeah mean to me can be penny free
okay
yes but baby I mean no it cannot because say me start operation for it I'm employing over 1,500 workers youth
wow
1,500 that is direct jobs indirect jobs is over 20,000 going because each machine behind the manufacture be outside no yan feni pendi echi crampo 5
that cost that obi so pe number no BMT kana afa wrap it up na nipa fufuro so nyu animai
0249 154419
okay
yes
yeah the company BM
company needing the Costa Engineering and Construction Company Limited.
Oh, hefa, mo set up no he.
Yeah, Chebi FSA. Yes.
Chebi.
Oko Kumasi a obetumi afa Apedra Junction. And also do Linda Don kwa obetumi a branch.
It is a
Chebi is the city of the like maybe a president Nifri Kibi.
Chebi
Ebuakwa State.
Okay, all right. Now President Fugro has only Heska.
Oh yes, to one among currently. Yeah, to one among because even not on aspect of Vino Crampono. Me catch her say me baby me company in Besia. The district of that company, and I said district now company in Besino. That is a year many partner like I say because machines in the year you bet tested asphalt plant no you bet tested you not tested yeah by Product is asphalt. We will asphalt it on the town for them.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Into no, I need Ghanaian support. My partner from India, he has come.
All right.
I don't know. He came into I don't know by with his technology too. Almost 1,500. No, I have to prepare them.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Mr. Bin, with us far.
Officer, make sure to be contact Costa Engineering.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bayonu.
Yes, sir.
Another officer.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
The be also,
yes, sir.
Book no review, Nana. You read it, but still, you follow introduction and now, and so many things came up. Brother, your boss is here, Costa, yeah. All Casada, me picking near maybe woman. You know, I think that the idea, the setup, big dream. But here you can tell, so here very mentorship.
Okay.
He needs guidance for the warrior, or person warrior. Very big because how many people now concerning the asphalt, or move to me patronizing with services. It has to be big businesses. And from the way basic questions, and the marketing strategy, even you don't have a page you're easily accessible, because if you give your number, you haven't really done anything. Anybody can just create something and just give your phone number. But again, why blogs now, do you have which makes certain Facebook pictures? This is my link. I think so here guidance for because they all looking at any skaketwa.
Okay.
Yeah, and somebody can even make me say, okay, say me will land 10 acres or and then agreement near Beko. Also partner free in the Aba. What type of partnership now? Only once and I miss my Beckham. All these things. So he needs the oil is good, but he needs to sit down. Now, mentorship like you go on Brahma working it through now. The key points or debate me I draw investors into what that is what I the draw through what you were saying. But I at the same time, kind you see there something that is very big. But we have to clear path our namso. The editor blocks, Omuye be Ghana manual. Me turn to say me told me project, me told me 900 cities. And I'm a cotton and me talk cement near bo no more child me plot now. So
automated. And what do you some?
The Omudio Musan is some.
Okay.
And then me say, so me cross how would you get me to buy automated blog machine now? Me the big trap blogs, So you have to have marketing strategy quite a bit first because you go home be you manual one be friend laborers need be so me juma and no e be current but me me told na it maybe a project line is so if I so you have to come up with another one thing and I'm sure about besides your marketing, your customer service. So you need go into business one way or the other. You need to try your dream. You pursue any big creative wealth, but a day education are all year for customer service. I make me like say be a minimum figure, but a chunk of figure bear maybe 75% or businesses are into me and flourish or Ghana. Major part by your customer service. even it being even roadside business, crash it, my men or ton kinky and also ton watching. Senia or tin any nipakasa. How you customer and say, oh yeah, an asset to us. Because customer no one man me told me and na a best say.
Waka.
What yeah, and you need system.
Maybe I time for how kotodia and the brandy, no.
Look at that. But but me discuss two bottom every day so. And you know, so these things don't have to be something or be a person be a business and have to be part of your training regimen. How the member workers, you know, to retain our customers. Yeah. I say we be a four corner now intersection, no filling stations you need but services are anyhow when people be take the way or no casano. Who the opposite lane cry now about person will turn it around our corner of gas. And the gas no any cheaper than the other one, but just the services that may receive, you know. I mean person me misika a commano. And only idea mestre and crop was it was so no matter how you be say and no buy a crew mono almost steady and no more who be a yenye and no mudi baba bebeti sika. Or they don't have any special idea than what we are doing. The packaging, it's marketing, we're packaging ye. Who call radio stations so now call advert new TV. How do you do it compared to the Omo? What to raffle, what charge in the back to attract people? So who is a business person? You have to go into because scanning United is not meant for you. It's meant for other businesses who are be attracted for you to lift up your business. It's seminar we recently a change the amount for there are so many things that they are picking up, and there are so many things that your custom no name senior say no, everything is you can learn it. America hey senior by the Ghana Subani the buy and so grow ever win. It was see senior business. And I'm not being self-well. I catch him wise. Oh, I say, yeah, it made me wasting it because I look down on for baby near me wasting my time on my hobby. And then responsibilities. So we shift those responsibilities because self was a work and area. You the owner no area one away because one training the well. If you have trained your worker no well, it could the whole business anymore. If the other now, what you say, the worker win a year now, and you no, you have to take risk. I watched last Sunday? Show now money on your Udia kind of year, you know, man of buyer from Tema or schools, no, near yes. My wife crashed on the bed twice, right? It was very, very educative. How people dedicate themselves to their business. And how that was look or to the office, but sorry how much a cofa Gary. And he made so many things that I was very and I'm saying no one that said on failure or go high and higher because you can pick the principles knowing how or any business what dedicating yourself and he don't I go out there to greet the children and say if he is doing this you the worker again I will with me you have to do what he is doing until you business or Ghana now bribe and I say I'm the master. Uni baby a bribe. Uni minipa or design bribe. Brema be bribe akese.
That's right.
When you be able to say, oh dear, because yes, because who say, oh dear, you both so negative say, and I'm sitting there with guys with PhD and the now Ghana for all they telling me say, now your policies no na ukona unya asema na court system is so, and I'm saying yeah to about and I'm saying to about America obi lose also lose atwe nipa de nakọ baby a mo hye mo mra class oba be yiku and I'm saying what na enye first world na sa nima we senka sa nima we first no mo say African ye na ye den na de up to date obi afi oto de okana be na no se kwasa e wo baby a o na ye de no na o mo fo say
also mo ka
yes
and ya ka mo na bro so
ya ka e na yeso ya di atum eti nipa no kura na ono fo so ba America abenya PhD no obeba ni krom na obeba ba setting ye maye no wa buy into sa idea no say ni krom nye and or the America ana or ka sa ni. So yeah the book no dey egu so they say na ka na ye bompa say amanfo ebe enlighten no man who say business no they just say ofa BBC wa na otonwa na bia unya profit kakra no say business. There are so much that goes into a business. You have to marry to the idea and don't be wishy-washy. You have to make sure that there was someone and there are tools. You can go on internet. There's last every day make can say go farming. We learn so many from other African countries. Amount of make a ton number US and say it be free New Zealand, it be free South Africa, it be free. Let me say South Africa for them how are they doing it? So I learned all those things from other places. Now me some be their baby I build them. So there are so many things we have to learn to negativity in the idea then there we pass us.
That's right.
That's right. Baby, so we all had there almost over to us now. And one another. All right.
All right. Okay, Kofi Kasa. We're going. Good evening, sir. Jack Boko.
Perspective will be here. In fact, the book perspective has a some mentality, how I think. And it is also created opportunity, and I said, I'm another chance. Now, again, there is no way we can change everything. Because the last time I checked, the arrival of the Portuguese about Ghana, Ghana, 1471, I stand to be corrected. Now, what's it when the independence from 486 years? I don't quite know. 486 years. From time I'm the buyer independence. It's 486 years or Hokakra. Your mom, it has to take time to wash it out. And sad negativity also about the count. After 1957, crown so bahano. Neo-colonialism and the Ekahuni also added the problems about the bush. It is only 60 years and I say 63 crowd the Kahua in PSA. It's not just everybody needs perspective. So about the sanadin. Because she said, a Juma Ubia, Yaka. And no matter ben a time, say even say it is too late to crown. You must say, I was a no ben a party to Chima. Or honey me problem no. Because time no, you will struggle. You may papa and son you make tragedy. And it is good say perspective now there of Facebook or the buyer some in a year. Ama on how we look at things and then how we understand things and interpret them. Now, in Chimana, I go school. No. They say, who go school, and I say, career day. Now, career day, no, our bracket one, or create nursery, echo a kindergarten. No. Me, I tell them, say, on share be to say nurse atelier, on share be to say soldier atelier, on share be to say police atelier. So, I am proud from that age, you know. Say he or she is going to be or she'll be employed or be in that career for in future. Nti
Yeah, well, great.
adwuma a ne maame anaa ne papa yɛ no, there is no way this child will buy into that. Ɛno na meka kyerɛ obi ɔyɛ fitani na mebusa no sɛ nti ɔyɛ sure sɛ n'adwuma a ɔyɛ ne ba bi betumi afa deɛ. Now, the problem is that moja, whilst the foreigners are doing the big ones. Because who share the history of Benz, Mercedes Benz. We share documentary be about that. He started with a tricycle, one person. Now, how this guy suffered, car Benz, how he suffered. Now, ye faso, now, oh sorry, now, ye kind of shit. Even to a point that we na no kra no sorry but the ma be take over and so no omoni Mercedes nso ye den e ka bom another company no mo ka bom a yetumi anya Mercedes Benz and obi kuta ska na so otoka na oto Mercedes Benz he will say he's a high class person because that guy started from somewhere when people did not even respected what he was doing. The first car on the unit treated the village. Okono, people knew say Kano would just collapse. And Fano could do shit. Because Obiemu. But Lina said he persevered and continued to do whatever he was doing. Now perspective now Makano and Mame Kasa now through that me uncle Bakuno or Abuchi or Abuchi. And looking at how I'm an Kasa no through Mekan perspective and adrenaline science. Also, Kofi, let's create a business. Now, when we say, what that business idea, you see, a quarter land, no, the amount of goat farming, fish farming, and poultry farming. You see, these things, yes, this is a project. It's over Kaya. Last night, I came about a brewing. In fact, you didn't care juice. You didn't care juice. You degrade the juice society. So, nti ebi ebro na ebro ne hye yes land na ya losing the fertility nti now you start to fence one ya ba be goat farming the poultry farming and the fish farming.
Wow.
Nti everybody needs perspective na again no science sa negativities na amanfo pia go media no so ne dia ofa emwa ye ba ko say emwa ye kra na me try we bi wo YouTube comment section as a opportunity is nowhere or now here. It is a combined word. And I'm saying you can just space it out to a sentence that you want. A lot of people see that sentence as opportunity is nowhere. You see, Ubiti Ghana ha only so opportunity waha. Opportunities be waha. See, the word is opportunity is now here. And if you have this mentality, you create opportunity around you. We have a problem like I got a business idea. But for Hana mobile money, we but how to grow it is a problem. How to grow it and commercialize it is a problem. Over kono bi wa hano ya wada moja. Nti the ben you bet me akeka ye ho abo maka say no me ye wada we ye wada enka ye ho bom ye fabrication company ye fabricate nyoma na ye krabi ifra abotire ba no. Ni na is about the mindset. It is your mindset now is the record so the moja na foreigners na be big companies. Come na mchama na mera ho. Wo fa na here Lebanese na China. Wo say companies are kese so owned by foreigners, which is very sad. You see, your platform is you should understand say there is something has to happen to our mindset that we need to change it. Now, you're pushing your so you're starting education with religious education. Then, sorry, and she said, I wouldn't kind. I saw them na ubekwana mpanimfo abọ kọla na etu onye esua de n'ihi na sɛ nipa no betumi aka borɔfo anaasɛ French na yɛde awia n'adwene na yɛde awia ne gold ne ne diamond nti education ɛbɛma yɛakɔ yɛn anim no ɔmo afa ama yɛn yɛsɛ yɛn na yɛsua we have to do self education and that is what you are doing deɛ wɔde ma yɛn no ɛkyɛn deɛ yɛbɛkɔ akɔbɔ ho degree koraa wɔ university nti chairman yɛn nhyira wo paa sɛ wɔde perspective baeɛ mɛtoto asrɛ obiara nto bi nkyɛn obi ne nyinaa yɛn nsesa yɛn adwene because we have a lot to go ɛna nneɛma bebree yɛde ntintan bebree gu yɛn ani so a ɛsɛ perspective boa yɛn na ɛtete nti mɛgya mu ha na ɔfoforɔ nso aba so meda ase.
Okay, that's it. That's it. Charles, wait, Makasa, you're the next one. Yes, eh?
Sorry.
Yes, our boss. One night.
No, it's a chance to be able to add here now or some quite better.
Okay. That's it.
You told me to but coaster.
Don't you like I who took us one night?
Engineer, Casarone, Miss and the boys in there, a mammy boy beating them, so sorry.
Okay, that goes that.
No me chiakeke na mama soja man so musena soja man so man comments na me ma yenia costa so me ma na iko was the oye no ni panya ne be yosa opportunity no ka se me nko India kwa edwuma no na wo bra ha na yenye na obi so nya binye we nyina ejina saa adwempa nipa no wo ma ye ma na anya ndi botom nko na ede ope yɛhwɛ mmerɛ bi wone odi anka program no man bi by na wɔ so wɔdɔ mo na ɔyɛ buro na nka ɔbɛma nkɔfo aburo sɛ ɔmo mɛgye no obiara nnua ne deɛ wɔkan bi sɛ wɔno no nkɔfa machine ɛma ɛde ɛmɛtutu ne nkokɔ ɛfiri sɛ sɛ ɔkɔfa machine bɛtutu nkokɔ no a workers no yɛnyɛ wɔyɛ sɛ nnipa nyɛ adwuma nyɛ
Mr. Chei
wɔka saa asɛm yi na mekyekye na ɛmedɛ paa sɛ wɔse ne workers no obiara gye 2000 nso so no obi hopeful na nko bɛpɛ sɛ ɔde machine bɛyɛ de bɛtutu na nka ɛnoa nti nneɛma bi a ɔdɔ no a yɛwɔ ma yɛ maa no ɛna ma boa nso ma yɛn nso yɛtrɛ yɛhyia mu ma yɛ maa nso so kɔ soro sɛ deɛ woyɛ nyinaa no yɛ ɔdɔ a wowɔ ma ɔman no because vision ne sɛ daakye bi no wobɛhu sɛ yɛnka sɛ boat bi si ship so kɔ west nti no Ghanafoɔ gu mu ma no ɔmbɛkɔ koraa na ɛbɛyɛ less the me sure say wish no and I wish na when yan so no I say be ye de jato ko port no ye bom kaka kra we ho sa so na ko port nyina ye de janko na nye bidie nko na ye de ewo ti me de me bo abaso anse nyame nhyira egu so ye na mo chire kaka ebeduru bi na say utu na enso etie na ye ma o man so ye de edim ko Michi abusuafo nyina Mr. Mano so jama nya minshira okay maybe so now we been so proper
yes ya okasa
Mr. Obi Michao
ya o mejoso
mpacho sempo miede
oko na oso
mpacho mensume hoye
all right
for me check obi a radio na ye nche anwumre ya na katachie mi mate bi extend me WhatsApp na ne nkomo didi na chese opevesa na maybe say this no questions kakra so mo amount of the general ne ho kon ba na am say okay nti ubenya scan de o say oya wad ubenya within 1 year obetumi raise scan na mbisa say nti wo ye sure say sika na wo hwehwe o say adenti na me bisa sa am say within 1 year this amount of money obetumi raise ya then you don't need money and yes sika nti na wo kwa abroche nti I say no cry me ntua me gise man ka say me ntua me bills me me busua hwe na am say is that possible well internet ya wa mu an say
my man my directing or MV shop work man say more. They say uncle kind perspective. Mr. Being guy no meaning no from people are a very hardworking guy.
Wow.
Mindset no na but what kind perspective we are meaning so be frame I can't change say want to find be. Now the testimony no so baba.
Sir.
Me the perspective nko abema na shase that thing. Nti me direct man we na me recommend ye na me first run na me hu say o de o fly and abeto ho say nwumre ye be discuss perspective. Na me send in the link no. Me nim so follow ye there but I think that me can be san.
Wow.
Anything I make can say sometimes I don't know say spirit being a direct more choose topics now. Because a lot of the time, no man, me na man me fiano, and no na about discuss. Thank you. Obi, na meka no spirit na nie. Nti kwa mo ti no ha ba bi onko wura dan bi mu happy clappy for no. Abrafo no za mo fra yo, mo say happy clappy. Sunday dry ya ko wura dan bi duru ha ne ani age ne e boy ensem. Mo say spirit. Spirit nani, this is the real spirit. Spirit we never more DA was as so. Who are the obese or on winning will be any evidence. A hana wo evidence. Say ubit me I assassinate ye. Na wanya some fast we jama winchirima. And no I mean who madam for be our pussy say nothing in this world is permanent, but only God. So don't focus on anything except God. Now I'm sending a message say wealth can be permanent when the right financial information, financial data is passed on from generation to generation. Don't think about yourself alone. Think about your next 5, 10 generations. And Open sending a message say, thank you very much. I didn't know this. Nti adwuma na wo ye no emodu. Na perspective book we me sha say kind books no mra me share no books no perspective no book am kind last because I knew say information I'm picking or streamline mu me wie na am kind resilience me share that same kind perspective no first because I mean say sa book no information I'm picking or streamline mu no so me be kind way na book no be ma lose energy. I knew it seriously. Nti me wie later me koken kan ko to other books kan ya answer na ma ton so da ho answer me be kan me kan wie no me so ben me lose energy e wo adwuma na me ye enti me data me set say me ba fie no ma twia ba anim kura o
Hey.
yes ma twia ba anim kura ma te so over 8 months ni nyina ye perspective because I was say information no e kan wa untumi ntana e kan wa untumi ntana na that data na the same data na nkrofo edi pushi amanfo free Ghana API abonten no ya the different data ya no sombo ye mu odu edi be pushi amanfo so ama ya ba ya chi abeye o man ni.
That's right.
No o can say your perspective is your reality. Asem si a said ya wo kire mu no ano na kire adwenko eda otrem because accident si a ena me call workshop bi na omo test brakes car no brakes anim ni akire ni nyina omo build system bi a o press button na rotate now the tire next is so rotating is at to a certain speed woman o show monitor so na what slam brakes no na wa hwe ne performance nti me twa video kra me de create content say until say we nya accident until so obey your car no this check no brake failure memble mu bonsam na bonsam me na consult no say onyo no a onim ho hwe nti dey na make I say asem si a adwen a wo otrim no nimbia a wo no na be ma wa kire mu say stay net ya na say net na in the midst of 99 negatives no obi a ya training adwen obi a wo good mentorship obi a wo proper training no ohu one positive no na wa act on the positive I'm not turning all the negatives round.
Mm.
And Nina no, what kind of perspective I bet you Nina. And yada wasi. After that, me say, yet me in fire no can. Na dachi, yedia, a bit free. Na aya me te hosi ya na me tin me create videos. Me ka say misa. Me te ha na me drive wo me trim. Me imagine me ho say I'm driving. Nti me drive ade na me ye. Me kai pa na play wo me trim this video no. Nti me nya opportunity say me tu car no. Obi a me nim ni po share me driving. Obi zam why na share me how to drive a me nim ni po share me. Ya no answer me tena car ma de driver na ye me hwesa one day mko da me uncle say me nim car chuma kosua. And I see 2 my me na me tu car na no an no this ma me no an.
Hang up him.
David ni ye mistakes there but say ni na ye adesua no. Nti ono aka tell say na say okra wa park so just say wo nye park so driver nti. Nti ye na me person me chere ni say me wo ha me create vision bi say no in the next 20 years can I get something substantial out of what I'm doing right now? Me motivation am me say maintenance bullshit no. Because adwuma bi a me yes sia no me bisa me ho say when I'm 50 will it be worth it? Let me the jam ma that be my one na me man so just omu wie no mo can say omu so be repeat the same cycle then I'm a failure. So I was saying me build the BB esi ho na ye generational. Na ade na wo ho na ye generational no me impact knowledge be on nkwara no so. No mo so skill no mo developing no mo de beto aso.
Absolutely.
We abrofo no the top 1% no that is what
practice it.
And they try to hide this kind of information from the 99% na can. Nti obahu na mama loan na akwaje car 20 years na e ka du anim sa nti wunya kwampo na o de adwen kwan a befa so aye free. But omo no enim kwan omo fa so e build omo ne oma. Nti wunya obi a opese uye free say ya oye kusua wo so no mu wie. Na bo ne ho ban. Enu nti na me see wiase nyina de wo ye no me na mani so.
Wow.
Yes. Nti yeda ase. Ma ho se mpanimfo wo so. Ma me fancy ha no din so mra bi. Ya me sha be be so. Mani so.
Yeda ase ba. Felix, wait Makasa Adumako. Felix Adumako.
Oh, Mr. Obin, good evening.
Yes, I was.
Yeah, me sure. Yeah, pension Osaji for back where you
Hey.
Osaji for. So, una who saw your Osaji for by you who Osaji for. Last time I can say that she be a movie umenya scanner your best and president near far vice.
Hey.
Said yeah. Oh, yeah, dear Babisi. Yen youth ni say na ye fifi was here no. Ebi America say more or less no. Last 2 weeks me meso class. Na some message me here and start say me say bibi no.
Yeah.
Is it something about resilience?
Okay.
Hey, powerful. But Mr. Ovie,
Felix said to you. Okay. Oh. All right. Watch it, Kasa.
Good evening. Good evening. Yeah.
Good evening, boss.
Patch over Cordier.
Boko over. Na hivana gumu hano we anyhow na hivana we.
Well, Ohio, Columbus.
Okay. Okay.
It has a 6 year born, so almost 614. So we are not that so say you. Obi mine so abrabo.
Okay.
Yeah. Me gina abontin na new da ho sa no. Na me twa me glasses bi.
Okay. Okay.
Na we de bia we de abasobo na yebo aseda na eda bebre ewo de nso ahofama a wanya na wo de boa enchirima no Nyankopɔn kɔso nhyira bebre ese adesere de bia me de na me dwene ho ana yenua bi be kan se se na me ya adom na obe president obe fa advice no na me sere wo se emanya se in case se Nyankopɔn ya adom Ghana focus ba so Nyankopɔn ya adom na se president bi ba na me opanyin so otoro nsa frɛ wa me sere emfa ho political party kro na wo no me sere wo so sa dwuma die nim na kɔgye na ye ni timfanya se de odi ye dwuma
you fellas are some of guys or from vice president. Fellas, let me know party now better from vice president.
A bit American says say na ebia na obi beba woni ne party ba me so me hwe party kro na wo no na fa de nyame ande adom no fa kɔboa ɔman no mesre wa se ehwe party kro na wo de se onya to ne
Ajambo
opa
politics is different no. Which
legend.
Are you politics?
Yeah. I no ba you man yes o.
Ajambo. It is said the cultural ones and they say omeye abusia penny or jata fie. O ya be possible.
O ya de ya e be chona. Ya asemu senkanya sa pa ofa. Senya enya sa na aye na nka ye Ghana sa suban senke sa na nko bia ekwo politics na nko de na dwene pa se me o maninti na me kode ya nka sa na ye na nka se bi obi to ne nsa efre wa na nko akọ na nko akọboa wo man no amaye na nka eye metepo
but me so me wa dwen bi se eni so mo to mo nsa kora afre o baby a obi a betima ye bibi
no betima ye bibi by
anya greater impact even than politics.
Say ebina mfan se bina wo ye say yi pa eboa ye mum ba ya na Ghana ye pese ansa obi be introduce yi na je say uni aban ne mu a o ka o mati hu se be boa o man no enso se wo beto ne nsa na se wo be ma akonya no
Mr. Jambo yeah can say ko omono la ni mu a enura na o ma so ne so e be say
no crepa no
cre e be say for politics mu say e be say we no e ko direct abrantie na o te na kura se a o se woni papa ni maame na o te de ye na watimi asori ye bibi ma no ho no
yeah
eno nti na ye we
no cre
sa baba ya o te ba bi na ene watimi ayese me de me ye e adwuma pa wo se me tokoso ye no I think that is it and is it minya bebre a say kofa politics mo say okoye minister so okoye president okoye whatever and personally me just say no ye different two and what they all say and we so e what they all say dey
okay
confuse you now on here okay is that what you say
that me so testimony
yes
yen information we no ye call out there need me in your results near testify say aha say na ye fire na yetimi nya sa results here because okay history mo na even Bible mo na Jesus no nya no the until nya followers be brain was a man for testify the oyema o
okay
the wo no when nya information in there no any the wo betimi nya free mu na man for bubu say na we say usua free now so I can say okay aha say ni ha say na menya answer information the testimony le betimi a push the agenda with politics there I differ, but okay.
Over jump on the person of the info.
Me pacho kakra metima kan say me kai se me kasa wo
papa Nyankopon ma ne say nim die nti odi mfa mo nti onua ne ka asa no na ema me nti me de so
oya kora bone
yeah enti abasobona me bo na wakoso aye se adwumadi no mema bibia emma wabamu mu koso na ye na on se Ghana no eye adwene na ni ọmanfọ no kra de ato yetirima ye na ama ye hu se yetemani mu a yenye ye ofa nye nyina yete ho no ohu na ewe yetirim sa wo yantu kwan a da asa na me na kasa se na me wo Ghana na me kotogo kwanse ne ye ya na ne ma efa bai ofa chance ne ba se me be nya burutira akọ no tese madwi nyina sei amekwa burutira dia tese ofa mawie ene ye me ba be
ojuma kese da ho nyina no oyi wadwen free so
ofa me di madwene free so me nya American ba bekọ yi ntihwe na adwene nyina se sana akoye fiefo bai se ubewuram na hu de we sitie na mo wo nsem a wo kan nyina na akoye se ayi da ya bi na yeso ase wo review kire ye saa so enu nti na ama na basa na ya na unti wo ba be hu sei na obi etu saa na mo na se de enu no okase na damfo bi sika bi opese min nso mi nipa bi a na no abedu Canada offer o spend 850 million 850 million
say no
80,000 and 5,000 claiming
85,000 Ghana cedis
85,000 Ghana cedi.
Wow.
850 million and what they equate now okwa obedu ekronin krato na immigration and yes chain no ye afede ya san ama no ayi empo se ye hwehwe ni nsem ofa se wabo ka we na nyame amoa na se ye san do kofia ogro hu kra adwendwene beku na ntem me busa
that's a lot. That's about how much now? About 7,000.
Me busa na me say onu ante so timi anya se sika we pa ade na mfa start bibi what the start bibi ma abro so aye be se ayi
over jump for Ghana Ghana no dey almost in you
afa sa enu na make se wotimu a ate adwene na asa adwene na boda mama je se o free se wanye ye enti na make se ye ne ayetim no nso hwe se ofa me to wa me kokwan so bia na me pe ahanya na ben me de ye me ya ne mfa ma me ba me bedra brotiri no
ye dem am
ye de ama me ameda or respect me set me well brotiri
as abrotiri power
abrotiri power
Obaro Ghana kwara ko pena wo mpeo ba wo ye boga wo
o fire nansen ye kofia sabia
na obunyanse mu no omboa ya ti abre omi enwe
ayesa nunti no wa boa ya ma da bia me dem ka se wa hye de papa bi se ono de wo de wo ye yi pa ma ye nyina no pa wo som bo ma ye papa de we a nansen me ye ya wasan kanya me a me se ma start bibi no wo fa me start ye no na me adawro ma de wa enema si move no enti se me se de onuan so atene de so 8 months no me de me se omu adwuma no maka tro mu se me jai na ne every yi bi se me me
nya se data na ja nya adawro ma
yeah nyame se eno na ye de atete ye na eye ya
we jaro
se nanze me ka se what this year but or do ko last week sister bi na fe omu danda de nyame se o de be ma Ghana for ye bebo enso no kura na mo kan bibia afa nyame do kan wa amfa nyame ya mefra mu a yes wono de enye wiase na adwene na wo wiase wo de sika ekonya wiase japade na ahore wo kra ye be kan nsem enyanyan nti no alfa me de aseda na me down na me bo wa baso se kosoa na nya saa agidie no na ema bibia mu abam adesua na sabi ye ne aya anko school na anu akira wo nyame adawroma waboa mo akosua na wasan eridi na wo de be kire ye no ye be kosoa ye se de oje kire no ye nso be sua ene ye de aye adwuma because ye tu anamo kakra no e bia me kan ofa abrotire sikanya pa me de eye me ba na me ye yo Messi dama toka asa so fa kwa Ghana na hwe
wow okay for example okay Charles Obama no Okay.
Odesha banana na me say me pen number na me word to my busy am here.
Yeah, send me.
Asa Martin nka e wo line.
Me be ma.
Matia.
We don't never be man.
I know when I kasa e didn't come.
Yeah, because mon ni pa bisa de ne mudim komo ana mama ya adwene na ayeye na. Nti ofa meja ne metie bi na ma hwe de mpon so ebeka ato ye so da se pa nya me hira be.
Mr. Boche champ. Charles, now person come be. Can't answer that the next person.
Me so bin pachana pese bi kakra to de na ye nua champ ne Mr. Brian we kan opa politics we can send rainbow bi na we say go beyond a bit beyond politics, religion and ethnic and national vision. We can a program we will rainbow. Na dia kakra metima ka che minium say Mr. Moda mo me preserve Mr. Obin wo stage no na because okonya ko share politics pe mu na pressure beba no wontimi enye adwuma wo so ye Mr. Mo if we say you can say ye na ebu an ye tie no one day you do the president but and say bebe president he has say Mr. Obin be polish here because ye nyina ye diamond a afili etu free form the more na all polish no ene ye bebe ye brilliant ya ye be say diamond no nti no ye bebe bedru sa position no ye bebe bedru no said the Joseph and son of obeje sa prime minister no all the firm na preparation nti mama Mr. Obin enwo ho na won prepare because okoko share politics mpe anu no enu anu ni beba na ne ho so eni ba na ho so person anu anu no on say sa system na wa outside no emu odin ti Mr. Moda mama ye na ye wache ni ntie na o Mr. Obin ti prepare Jesus woni ni sa omo university no university for na say omo na ebe politics no Mr. Obin prepare wo mu nti omo ba na so mo ye ready ya so say the better omochi na ye bu man no me de kaka metima kan
na legend asma the only say me nim say ye nua no beta tie Ghana police by your man bi wo Ghana your friend Mr. Kusibuafo legend me nim say nipa be ka papa ya me kan asma currently omafa ne say public reform administrator na the enti omafa ne nyina ne say coming back from 2016 up to 2020 elections no where electoral Ken UST at Kepole ma we just say obi a watie nipa me friend Kusibuafo menim so obi a watie ne bi adim legend okuta strategic plan also discussing how to build a nation, how to create a enabling environment fantastic and as of those time no we MPP no yen this ni papa we point as more dey go on e chew ma we bibi and o shase akura ma those times no ye shase ye dua mre ye ewo ye nwa just what shase wo take FM ni ade organizing nipa through every radio station na obeko as of those time now you produce our stations city baby obeko be but quickly aban ko fa ni ko wura ba ko man position as a public sector reform no quickly and onya problem system na crashing it down see as a mood obi a person monitor papa no we dey ahwe o system na silence no sort as here am an vision in some animo ye nyina no o the politics as no the Ghanaian typical politics no it a very deep say obi o entrepreneur and I say obi to say obenda ko you can't click with Ghanaian politicians because they deal with numbers and politicians don't talk the way obenda ko talks. We a politician, that's the reality. We as baby, no politician can talk this way. If you talk this way, then you can't do politics because there's no way numbers and I say political supporters no allow you say you any possible unless say why being say person so because the reality in politics and kasano how to find your way to rule the people and yes and for brabe rule you yes stand o say you what people say microphone na frame but politics you we as no one town gas will be na frame oh let me say and over force so the work on but all force so you need to use a propaganda mechanism to control but what you are doing and your propaganda is reality and in politics we don't do realities I say you do any type of craziness to win the power and one thing is you don't need to be a politician before you can make effect or you can make a change. You don't need to become that. And then you know better now blue do no. Yet Nemwani and you age in the catchy na microphone system na ntimi am ankachi ye mission quickly ni akọ Ghana ni yakọ political position me bebo mu enya no kre obebo Ghana for a you can do it today and let's see one omo asamba akọ mo trick ye mini power ntina me ntimi nya de empesa that's not true Dangote woni power wa create employment ntimi kan kire me say just political power yeah, but that's another thing back where the difference between politician and will be a person create enable environment as like entrepreneur and as will be more skills we be that's a fact. What am I aiming on to us now? Do so okay. Me to us na we for my chia mo bi na ye shie hu kra say o maka say negative na positive but the more na ye hit here every day ye hit here no automatically one day effect in beba but dey ba ko ni matena se ya me anka say my bra boy example the risk factor no na say edi nya ye ntimi take risk when it comes to say ye pese ye bibi because baby e free ba ni nyina na ya take risk na e dey the only risk ntimi take e bra e bi ye pese ye di bone ana ye dey ya bibi ye nya ntimi take risk dey ye di nsem and ye ya dey yeah no me nimba bi kura sa energy ni free ababy before ba say no share especially yen nuanom a yɛtiti amanfo ma so nano ma hyase yɛ documentary bi ma gini kofo ne permission to da metina sɛ na makɔ me du adwuma na me hu Africa pani ma hwɛ sɛ bi kura no Ghana ni na mabusa ne age bi obe 65 bi obe 55 so going to 70 still no da so gina adwuma bi mu na mabusa ne sɛ iti o hwɛ the wi a wo yɛ ya want when obe rest o rest so o rest in say krom a obi akokora bi o rest bia no the last resort of akɔda care home na ye man eduru nkaka class obe free no wako this is the normal thing na omo ye no ha only few and be omo nko ho even the osika so only sika most of them now because of family structure na eli here nti quickly baby e be dampo one so obaka koda na ya pa adwuma so amon krofo home care adwuma na ye hwe na kakra obe wu this is the life one na say okay because what do you umre ebrebe na bedi opani aboaje wa hasi kromu a yesi obi anyine se bia Ghana okono obi anyina otena se na adwuma nko ni nana mo na ni ma hwe na adwuma ma no na o ma ba ni abestra no ho na okwa yie ba ko bi no okonipa ho no otu nipa bi fo kromu a different ball game. So as African, as a Ghanaian, say you betimi use sa we mu ne de atena na don be dey ye de akoto care home na ya de ba ko. Two, o share a situation a yenuanem bebre mu especially America, the more na watch out the more na expenditure ko high. Ghana ni bia o ha bia yenua wa mpanifo o ha mo mfre ko kuru mu ani say that's a reality. The more na watch out the more na o charge na wana say wo cast so e dos it is a more stressful. It is a mitrans na say a young man na wo busa say hwe yenua no mo ti America bi o mo di be 50 60 70 what their life no more I want to they have no life. And two, omo ni bibia so betimi aka so omo de bibi dia boa obi akreti e bia nkoda bia ba bia organization most of us no they can't do that because of how system no cripple omo omo ye adwuma sa akodu stage afa ye drain na dwene nyina drain. And the last thing they say e bi ba yare adwene mo yade e wo bebre ti ono kro won timi hwe no ho no ba betena so ba behwe wo. That's the reality in especially in America. We are babuna no watans anti betimi ye adwuma akodu sa stage way say ya na me so me say ya na ye de me akoto na ho metimi do sa stage no a metimi afford wa me ye de me akoto sa care home na so we Ghanaian na me ka say we because and any three is my chance ya home cares best for baby ye de mpanifo no kogu no ukodu why only few na bon say be a Ghanaian bibi ni bia na say Ghanaian bi da ho Ghanaian ni ntimi nko ho it will say Ghana ni no do sa stage na wo be ye dey sa stage no be dey na yes maybe am cover flight Egypt ni video bi ho me ye nwadwuma wo hwa o be duru ho ni nyina no wo hwa mbrewafo ye na ye ma me mpanifo ni nua no ye papa mo no age ni ye be 65 ni koto dwe wo kura hwim o te hwim mu wo kura mu ni ye so no ni ye de ne kotona flight ni so wo accumulate sa information we nyina na trans ya as a young guy wo be 30 40 be 45 wa as a second be chira wo say you must take the risk today. And then by the next will be 17 and so young from ye mama now also rest it fee and so young from ye mama. That's the only thing I said risk I see taking on it I mean your problem me won't say and you will be over broaching more men kasa member abroche ye ga in the bidiga to diga kakra no why they ga no the others all the con will be and I saw the koye bibia to ama obi so anya bibi was wato and then me who said the main purpose or the two kwan no because so also to kwa pa na me ko pa ni je ko pa ho to abrochira me pa cho. That's not the truth.
This year,
Yes sir.
somehow okay. Most Ghanaians, the Africans, have been in America. So to Paco Africa, but you can tell the difference when the panel demeanable. Who say wako refresh it? Say ni panel every America akra ko a yimpa obebano no who say why fresh why strong because a chroma pressure no ultimo sometimes no who say near amwa wafa on and so obitimi kra me say okoye ni mama yi ni papa yi ba obebano no look nice why more refresh.
That's
just
it.
getting away from boss. Anyway, what the trust? It's semi boa there. What kokura na who say free na wako Ghana na who say nwachire wo no obeba no obi ase eh what koye feel what's the o skin na tosu but omo wo ho no omo you know sometimes they me wonder say nipa no free hati aba be ka kire no anje na ndi a e dem bi mpa na wo pese ye nka kire because yet ha ye can dey wo ha kire still o spending over $7,000 $8,000 get about bi kroma unin kraka so we are lucky kwa na akonya Jamaica ni bi so be wire kra na no kra no so ya ba be say $10,000 now again now he go for say scan wo he
the years ever start take you kra na no dey nyama ho
ye wa djuma
Ghana ni awutie me a young man as my 40s na papa ajabo ajasem okay when ni afi watena kurumu a we nyese obi ye propaganda na so obi pese odanda o se me tu kwan yo tie ni me say waba di dwa no watima tena dwa mu a me dwa na tu na wan kopia wase asem wo so ukodwem na wotena dwa mu a na dwa na tu wo se me de me nkomiti da so ti dwa asem wo
o free na ba o free no ni fear of them
fantastic and I know be the asoso ho no nti the person kire ne say a risk na yentimi take see a person you new idea near the body bibi nipa yet you be honi bibi na ma ye bre eti me baby a me makoko me kan nyina ho say esese kwa bia obi a otie obinda ko fa kwa bi so reading the book yes say nya force mind and say for size and say e bia the next 60 years and nti me koso at America na metimi akọ afford those o mu care home no me ntimi wo Europe a wontimi enti adom de enti wo kofa se na me video bia me we meye udu Egypt na udu Kenya always na udu South Africa na Ethiopia wo hwe ma me mu 65 70 na ne koto dwanyina yiyi papa yi mutu waye mre na fe na ya kakra ye piapia ne kakra kati we ni ani je na me kwa broche se me kodwe me no we ya enya no no oba we ya branti ya tie enya life ni never because say pa ye ni je say we ye ni pa dia no enya no end abrofo no ko mo sika ne ye west ko be ko no enna no ba bia me ko no ba bia me ko yi papa no wo sika wo yes we millionaire na Africa ni ka kire mo cheche mu a se no da ne mana be to na twena wo pe kwa akro so be wu nten na ne da no makoton want we ni papa ni wo pe kwa sa akokora ne be wu no makoton buroni ba me ha ne fie no ono oba no ho de che be wa tam be mana koto baby ke ho mo ena ono de fie na ma ha no wo chile onam club no wo chile show watam be mana koto nti wo ye bibini a gan ni asem na me kan ye nti saa we nti do ye life pa no no to ya brand ye tie bibi kakra bi a wo be shaase ya wo ye no so wo hwe ni ye na wo ani susu na wo ani ye wo dwen se obi o esika ni bi a hye bibi ase ya one day o ma me du ye stage yi wo ko kan brand ye ne say ene ye ho nya amumra fie da bi ho ye so a mo de mo amukotwa mo ticket na mo mra na mo dia me kan me nya kan to the sense me nya kan to the sense legend show enkrana dwena ya no mo kan unya bedukuro mu ha na ka wa be kaka ho enkrata kwan afa so a wo ye enkrata wo betu aka wakoji edan bi 20 years bi 30 years bi e fon kan bi 15 years u tu asa aka nti obi obekọ Ghana bi obetumi atena 2 months bi ya no sani kwa na me nim di oti obi a wo miracle obi a wo ya na so obi a wo bibi o de back because we could do Ghana within the next 2 weeks so man tro 1 month a obeba no e ka egu wachi ne more than e be stress up so ho etina Ghana ni bi aba Ghana wontimi ntranche nye bibi anti aye oni a oni amoto wo nechi muntia se young ones muntie ena ho nya amomra da bi wanya bi ne ho abetum Ghana ni a wate America onya bi ne ho abetum awie So until obedu Ghana watch 2 weeks and obi otimi come more any bi otimi ko 1 month. So obi otimi akọ 1 month and obi also a way some is bi anam fanto otimi nya nkata ne dia ma obi ye bi wala sabi man nti obetimi aso ti bibi a way bibi kitu no so 1 out of 1,000. But in reality no untimi ko tan Ghana because of baby a wo do ho akoto e car wo mu no untimi nko because car loan obetu ya, credit card obetu ya, phone bill obetu ya, insurance obetu ya every month. So the thing nti wo mesi adwuma back up cry koti ya wo. And nipa na ti kroma so nipa do say na wa adwuma say bibini abokroma so wa adwuma say nkofo ye adwuma nipa do say 1 out of 1,000 say me oni obetimi akọ holiday ne nkofo na ye adwuma say ya mu advert no TV no so no na bo so me call holiday me TV but Singapore nya no kore ye Africans 90% cannot do that. Hand to mouth paycheck to paycheck that ba me si bia no so be hye ofie pressure be ba ho sa na ekoso. So these are the realities like ye hu ne ntem a ye nuano de aka kire ntem aka yan fa abrochira nkokwa ye hu anka nipa na no share business keto bi ase nka sambre wo branches na anura na ye di nkomo the reason show na ye ka say wo hwemu a na me omo matu kwa kra na so omo so sidi Africa be bre dodo na no mutu kwa abrochi no musa omo achi enne me na me follow me monitor what am ayi bi a wo sha se ya wo ye ni series bi wo ye uko Kenya Uganda ni omo ma bode ni ma nyina dodo na kwa abrochi so makote me kwa America from UK na me be fie so no me coffee because me pese me nya ni munya na me own ya just say Africa because me timi own wo obi ma so usha omu nyina ko ye no musa omu achi uko hwe obi restaurant or branches be 5 uko hwe obi or ye the farming the risk factor na ye important. Some of us we are learning from the empire can for nti ye be say nuan young ones no nyom mo do bebre na dwen I understand but ye nuan mo hu video bi say no mo skip no ko pe obi say ko for 30,000 na bra America onya ba nyame adom 30,000 obetimi anya $30,000 o ka kire wo nua so onfanko. Now for my own testimony me wonu ya ma miensa me nua ma miensa omu nyina ware na adwuma mo ye ne say omu na supply Accra Gugulushi market omu na supply omu carrots show and I'm say omu ni sika hu ni bia na brochira say omu adwen obi a wutimi ko fa carrots na ko ye wo be ko 1 trip ba na okuta 60,000 adwuma we nu obi mu omu mu say ye adwuma wo aka kire me say obi say on 100,000 word ni ko UK be ye krata man you see and me copy asem we no do quickly do medical can say person ye betu kwan ni bi and me did say busu bebre mu koye pay be kasa asem na no bi aka person betu kwan ni bi ana me say da bi to me mo hu de wo mu especially wo so nipa so do ko UK hwe dan a no ukrotim to ko UK no akoda twetwopo a mantwe ya bi ubenu hwe dan a wan kasa wa ba bi a wo timi ya ye adwuma sisa dan wo ja wo say wo pese wo ko UK ne say wo ko a wo benya sikantem and kakran no mate philosophy na say ejai afocus wo adwuma no so and adwuma wo ye hwe wo the upper school said there adwuma wo obi otimi ko 1 trip within 1 week no make 60,000 legend Ghana adwuma be no make that sika no
it's
market wow market wo no efimu sabe efimu ho no how me you so tell me can you say sika nya nkasa no ewo fu sika nya we nwuram ewo fimu sika nya ewo fimu na wo hunu said go besi akokoro ho a na be wo no say ade time because say ahwe gold wo de mo hwe gold on kwan for so mo ye gold e kire wo bibi eti enye ba bi a wo nya sika na ye issue ba the most important say sika na kwan for so be value sika na wanya no ne watimi atrem so eti say mo idea mo kan kire me say me mo na mo kwan papa mo sika no be trem en fan kwa ye say wo pese odi tu kwan na Ghana ye hye na Ghana ye hye ofu ba bi a Ghana ye hye nya na sana say za de wi asete unyine no more no ho ani bi afu chen bi sanity enye gavia na hye ye wadwen munya de and this are the situation ye nuanu fam wo abusua bebre mu ukoka pe wase wo wa abrochire no ene ye hwehwa no entina me say we should discourage abrochirenism no we should discourage it enya papa country bi no person developer wo mu encourage mu nkro for say mu nyina muntu kwan it is not the best we should discourage that obekwa yate because now there Ghana ni opeso to kwa na dwen say abrochire ye agro bi ne di wo it will come on so bad girl be abepa na obi a wo biase a wo pese wo bobra wo say person to because of girl being no it's the kind of level of mind wadwene wo so wo to say because of nam force be value be no that's not the truth start bibina wo ye no eno be mo aba be important eti abusuafo a wo be sa video we no wo ntie say abroche realities no ye kan ya wo ntie you woni emotion free no onye say me pese me sua de foforo because empanifo ye ba ha nyina be kan do na ate abroche wo and woman catro nkyere wo eye no kura no mo ka kyere wo say ya America na mo de agogwa mo no ye kan ye sa na tie me say obehu so obi say me America me oni eye one out of numbers one yeah before no just our system no kwa ma kwa na de sua de system no kwa ma kwa ma unfa sua because every day why she and bibi kakra na trigger one ntina wade bebre anya problem in America no bibi kakra bi na pressure ba no mo eja dem because nipa na ekoba ahoache wo ba ye wo bebi aduane e so fridge wo pre wo ba wo ko no aba wo nam ha no ka to bibi kakra na ebufu aba and ntina yakura sabi yakura na yenti bu se eya na nka bibi ka bo na nke nyina akọ ha da ba ko na nke ya kate ye course and no major issue yentimi because see ani ebu of na yentamate ntina Ghana for 20 minutes na bomu no because of stress. Yes, because of stress.
And the other say about asaba okay na me say amount 400 percentage, you know, America is running to about 400 million population. So you can see nipa omuda poverty line now compared to Ghana population. America here for waha in Ghana. And because my wife running daycare. A daycare no a week I collect $250. A month $1,000. Me won't perform a year both parents no year juma a year office juma. And so much mean to your back at daycare because they have the omu house payment, student loan, car note, insurance. And the akola na di obi akola na ta akola timi sha atare e ho die atare akola wa wono foforo ba na na tare ko no timi sesa enso ni pa no
Ovamenu Ghana for ana
that be aya Ghana for kra do mu timi mfa mo ma no kra ma de ka ni bi na o ko 4,000 no wo hen go so me no gonya wo hen
Very sad.
enti me they can me advertise wo even me Africa for kra say oh mo fa mo amra na my wife be hwe be so mama no if you akra me 200 so far me start here go 2 years only one Ghana ni pe and it me de baba African ni make say Ghana ni African ni pe ba ko pe and other rather no the ba no wa ko ma berewa bi at na o TV animu than so the baba dey care but some making ya brofo ebi kura jai wa bro mo ntimi ntua ye ka no mu twane ato no mu de ye ka we didn't
because I was able to can
let's see story ni bebre no ye amanfo ba ho mu meka it will be o si ye mi no ye adwuma ye ma me mesra kakra no me hwe ba den no wawo se wo so ti kroma na ska wa ha no wawo a ade na akofa ma me abrewa no free Ghana na o metina fi na on raise you ba ma because you can afford it and you don't tell the truth.
That's it.
The real I mean see omuko grocery omuto the cheapest enuane oko fruit no beto cheap fish no on to be in dia e wo say o Ghana say mato e go apprenti bia $20 na me kwa kokun awe ona me na kwa koto una tilapia no mari referee ko mutimi to be has no mari it is the reality reality it will be srano babu grocery they can't buy it here they can't live false life to show our people. I'm telling you boss to us
and you say Ebiana small okay because Sikano the baby source of income no very straight to the standard. So one straight to America and where the be because during the slavery time on pickets our the benefit you have to bend to fit in America. Benefit no I see no you need to bend and to fit. So fit it. Now me the Ghana ni mu bi I don't do no so be drive with DC because drivers na adwene enti obesere me no say obesere me fa na ko na me de ko DC na we could do shop me no Spanish for the Chinese na share ye I store bia omo de niema fu nuane fu but most of them they genetical GM nuanity egu ha na say boko ne nuane nyina but e cheap eti Ghana for do no e ho no mo to potato on your ton bag back bia be $10 into see a box no akoto bia be $10 and wakoto nto mo ba quickly mo ba yes obeya me nyina de fridge because see ope ebe nane e GM nuane ni nyina anye me tena se na me twe na me sentina Ghana for yi no mo be gu ho no mo be so akogu fridge eti na me ye me one say me kwabra person me say so
this year by pay you
I omo ye ntimi omo ye ma mo kon mo say me an ma bi omo me so na me so busa omo eni ma wo twa Chinese for yi wo na kofa ne ma ne begu ho Uche ni amane potato is one nane. Into this one and Jane nane into no almost son about to do a Ghana from Africa no more packet cars goes and I'm beginning home. Miss A crobin and nipa betrem say. Now once walk go into walk on Lord or to me be about $200 or the Kenyan man could go say go free Jimuani and yet difference and one money. So it's a no and yet life and your life.
So Omanya is a better motivation dying.
Aha.
What my boy for. Omanya is a better what you talk about.
Yes, Baby, I no cry. Any na me person just say no be no cry. No, and no enye say say ko ka kire obi say me ho ato America ye baby me ho ato me nti obi anwane mra ha say. No problem no ka kire o mo say ye tu akọ ye wakọ ye cry ho kire nti bo ye Ghana ne hu me mobo me mo ma take race to kwa akọ America nya na obetra Ghana eja wo be lazy do ani abeto me so. So ye nka ta nkire wo mo. See ye ben and ye fit we been to fit in America. It wo te Ghana wo no ti fie nti e mefa wo menye lazy na mefa phone frɛ me see e mo muti ase say ya me gidi so on be okay and the nipa no be stay cool no ma sua nyansa sebe nyi me nka so mo nyansa but sika ho nyansa na aduane ho nya adwuma ho nyansa wo de hwe obi oti America me nua asoma wo ka se be de no wasi fie no wasene obi oti America ne life no obi oti Ghana ye nua no dodo na Ghana difference ne say o calculation e very straight o make sure say week in 100 na woody 100 na woody. But the Ghana because also one financial load na bibia entertain anything otimi no aduane di no wahwie dia ka to wagu na wo ati America so we sika ni kwa waduane ni shefrigi na wati ka trade na dia ka so na nkende senka ye kana comparatively the oti Ghana no kwa de nka waduane so odi ni be 1 month say am pass wo nya wo Ghana yes ese ka odi ni 1 month that's it. It's a chira say enye bi enya no kore say obi ti Ghana enya na ye education is savage knowledge aye ni entina obi ti no aduane won pehwe e de no young girls otimi koto wig best week no wig best 5 na gugo young girl wo so woni sika so week no otimi change week kwa 5 now come to America ko Ghana for ma ko Woodbridge ko Ohio downtown na ko Washington ko ba bi Africa Ghana for do so ko obehia Ghana ni woman me nka so o ma shada wo buy system na wig ne bi otimi share bi 3 months na da society. A big crowd here 1 year, another society.
What is it?
Yes, legend.
Hey,
make come away. And money away.
DJ Nyame, mine be with DJ Nyame, Miss Obey, Echo, DJ Nyame. When the program be a hustle, daily hustle, no. Now, last time we interview boy beer or Spain. Na boy no e kana asem no normal yan dodo na on say yan so ne hardware obi timi che say so timi che €1,000 a month if you say we dey baby otie no otua dey 200 and something or 300 a dime na okudidi baby free into one am try break a Spain that but me timi say yeah say baby okudi baby free that means so call saka Roman Catholic for nchen bi e na o boy no and why dey what could no okudidi. Okay,
that's it. Oh, now, oh, yeah, so sure.
No, Mr. Ben said she be a program you be so. Near Cassie to me, €2,000 a month. Yeah, and then I will be in China 1 year and BBO chin year and for $50,000 a month.
So man cannot cry because what you are, oh, yeah, because Okoya on your Hikranaba. But to be brands and one
That's right. And now me bow to be we are not saying the papa we are serious in life over Casse. Oh, come be a could give any free. I didn't want to say Wusika normal. It have normal. It doesn't make sense. And I will say, I will acquire me one from boy you and I'm New York or say, or coffee no free. O cost Starbucks, I did your coffee now saying leftover. We are Ghana and that's a winning answer. O Starbucks coffee leftover. That's also winning answer. Coffee, Starbucks coffee. My goodness.
Odesheba, a lack of education and information. You don't feed your belly at the expense of, you don't save your money at the expense of your health.
Fantastic.
Maybe a health related program. But when I started this personal education journey, there are certain foods that me deprive.
Wow.
Yes. And let me even share this testimony.
That's good.
And I'm saying I can say chicken and chips. My gyro, me in DBM. na magic bi a ayɛ me no medwen ho saa na mefɛs menkɔ gym ba mafu atwente sɛdeɛ mewɔ Ghana na mekɔ gym.
Oh, that it there?
Yes, I'm telling you. And so if I should be buying cheap food or getting cheap food and then saving money, then we not say complications no bad. Then I will.
Yeah.
What are you doing? You always be saying talk by your health no yenton. I have begun to read about wealthy people and they even exercise more than us. They eat proper food, better food, organic food. The top 1%. They eat better food. They eat fruits and vegetables. At least every day they are one they could eat 5 different fruits.
And I yes do the yeah.
And I yes, a whisker. It's lack of information. We don't know. Let's look
only system na wago.
No.
Na one will be what the junk food I was in one and that will be I was saying on every day. I cook yachi, force any potatoes. I should bring in 2 years. I was in one dinner. It's not yes.
Obesity free. Obesity free.
We back down. I Mr. Abuadi is soldier, Mr. Abuadi a veteran, but you're not a veteran. Of us, I could just use over Jenny Free. One yes, sir. This way homeless. America also make Jenny Free. The chest will be a
what is your also any problem? But maybe Gina TV so maybe Gina net we should say and cancer same way. Because who destabilize the in be a mind. What you say? He said, I am not SBT be nasu beat to be or say me intermediate discussing a MP, a Ghana MP now say, and here. And yes, many break, but it won't be so because I am also.
Yes, I will send the be brave. Yes, sir.
No.
Yeah, because say over to me our America, if you are blessed to have a good job, if you are well above the national level, or top there, maybe 6 figures, but the percentage, say even America has a crown. Any person it be a almost one job, it means to be 100,000 and above. So because obi to me university or a state trooper can be to 40,000. But a Juma way out in life too. But then there are IT field that it pay very well. But compared to how many people and I will be a community more. Almost our type of certification now. Obi make it 20,000. Let's say, imagine somewhere to say life is so easy here and now convincing people to come to us and who him 100%. Say, I'm out for good struggles. Yeah, and only idea sometimes if you because we all and I'm say compare if you are a shaker and I didn't know canon. It's nothing to what people are making. But moment now TV soon be portrays me bahana minye to me be an inyat bit me see 1,000. Well, I know you're no, just to throw shade and
everyone say I say Chrome for no pay no go no money DHL.
What expenses were he? I don't know buy one mechanic beer. Me will be crowd roommate, to be a windy fee, it should be a between $2,000 now. Say, if you meet your car, say, can you who's okay? I am passing the Okan. And you remember, can be buy who make it.
Okay. Me pamcho mama Kwame Kasa. Now Mr. Money for Johnny and all that.
Mr. Obenda from perspective, say center life is about a dime, my wife, my good school, my car. You are beating around poverty. Ubo young dondo. Perspective in be our kind. And when we saw me that perspective or true and idea. Not just a powerful. A radical changes be once I was okay kind a do fa a shoe yam be say so adwin. So all wrong financial data and a bema wa betena TV so say me kwa America me wo Ghana na etua me 2,000 na me kwa America etua me $5,000 na fine cuisine. And so salary I say you here drew they just give you to kill your dreams. You dey cook when you swade who vision. No matter how much you make, who make you $1 million now, yes, I work financial freedom unless say we invest this can be. That's the bottom line.
That's it. Free food free
So, we have to understand that concept. Say we do $1 million, say we make it 6 figures, 10 figures, whatever it is. So when you invest this, you can to set up your own business and run your own business. Your liability, you always work from home, a hand to mouth. Because one can want to only date be a shishes come out into be ye Juma from our 60 years. Back in the days, and I'm in New York, Columbia University, I'm a year Juma. Anytime I go to train, I'm say, hey, in the say yeah, the next 50 years. And I say, whoa. That was the mindset. How long? It's financial freedom, no crying say. Columbia University was paying me about $45 to $50 an hour. But New York na meti na me here ni because me any for near high dying. I couldn't afford. But say who Ghana, the people see oh abroad radio, American soldier and fine could see in some just wrong information.
Oh, and so account say a crown we am in say manya wada emfa.
Miss Obi emfa. That was the thing, emfa. Because they be no so like what here juma. Okwa juma Monday through Friday. A juma start 8 o'clock by traffic in so free by 5. But it's good to say entrepreneurship here. When you embark up on the entrepreneurship, say who fast obey ye juma be system as so dream po so good information. Now good information no be na papa obey da akon atworo no. O se adwuma no o ye ese wonya adwen o si adwen po bi wo trim se ne emeye ne ebeyi ese se wo ji ho di. Ese se wonya rightful financial information. Financial information here there. Now what's all now on for atwa ho ehia de bia mo ka na friend say na movie efe na tabita kum na hwan akro kire say eniema ehia.
Na kwame the okay. Especially omo table che kura de me dwen say mo kura o say ehu na ya bo omo ne negativity ni ntia. Ko omo dodo no ano bibia metima ye man this car back from 2-3 years time there. So many of them can do it. So many of them can easily look at agriculture or properties and invest in something. I said every 2 years corona must maybe amount $100 krana. That becomes an investment easily. But what
Mr. Bing, that Ghana nye wrong information, wrong data now one. It is all wrong data be and no. Because what perspective you say baby ni pa home bia ye die.
That's right.
It is a who needs information now. I saw ba no beto ma me no papa na yesi ko school be doctor me ba woni o be lawyer o be accountant here o ko school no ba behwe me. And that is the kind of brainwashing programming, the mindset programming information here, the amayen. And yes, actually, say, yes, actually, say, well, it actually say, Seminia, see a Japan, Nasa me frame me crankwa, that's what penny woman, and ya for me.
So Kwame, what is the position you say via get into partnership and a business with other people and I say family members and I say whatever. Now and also no for more. Does it also deter people from going back to do business and so it's not just the information. To be an hour information is good. but the people that over associated with sell with me. So how do you get back on that?
Good question.
So
Good question, Pa.
rightful information. When it comes to say select you be an be year jumano. Ubetime deduce, ubetime reduce a whole lot of risk free, because of all rightful tools, ube who say obebi se nipa no kra no credit to say ni nim die wo sika ho to say na dwen say yenye sika et say ohun sika say sika ye sunsun mu bi ade ana say nyame bi na de ma enti Mr. Menu so was some information ni nyina na reduce our risk level ma who the right direction in this information financial data no wa eboa ma utumi train workers ma wo hwe decision say investment ya me koye ebeboa me ana say emmoa me investment na me koye no feasibility study say wo makɔhwehwɛ mu say ade na me ye ne nkɔfo beto me ade na me ye no me solve problem bi ana because say obi benye sika no age say wo ye bibi ama obi something variable enye say me twen nyame perspective say ye ntwen obi a all the and it all those things, but it also teaches us say business it's a journey. Entrepreneurship is a journey. You going to bibia enye from Emma or da over form you be too ready. Nemu ni nyina no a learning process na udi suade.
Okay.
Okay.
Asema okay. Sabi na some be mu kura 10 years no more people or brochiro. We microphone to me every cash
yeah, boss, me himself well question, me himself answer, but I just wanted him to add it to what he was saying. Okay. So I don't want people to see say you're lacking information. Sometimes you might have good information, but you have to have a good association to make things
no, but legitimate in concern.
Yeah, a lot of people have. I say New Year, I'm out for bribe, my experiences are very.
Mr. Menwe, me pay lab wo krum ha se o. Team bi equipment e bi gusu dem sesi America say. Twa me ablane na ogu ni botom.
It's then I was approve. That is where
me pay financial freedom. Mr. Obinda could say what per se. Say what per se okuku enim dia as an entrepreneur, you have to be a striker on your defense. Be ready to take the risk. Hey, you both for my sorry. It's me or Daniema Mikucha gloves Malaysia 2013 $8,500. I'm a besine.
Obedient me for excuses and mark this time.
Excuses ain't it the kind of mindset?
Thank you.
You know, because said that I didn't actually now pay. Enti the ban maybe a better be on that I want to mean secure no. The microphone D and the end is a ujai because I be a water bridge only source of income in Juma away. But you have potential so better my baby and so better discover. No matter how little it is. Uncle for you. Because banners are here never secure future. And then track as a microphone the music continue my jay.
Yeah, because negativity. No, sometimes they say it be a nipa no, you information, but the experience I have come no, Emma almost had to declare amount for to be or crown out be or say that no unsuro. But now I say how many amount for why your businesses are almost failing several times, but they still continue. And then a bar men kwame so the idea it was that is what one thing I want people to put in their head. That's right. You have to be ready.
Maybe better, but
yes.
Fantastic. I mean, Kwame go.
Okay, you also Mr. Waji technical question.
Okay. There was a time when there was time when Felix now kasa. Then maybe Odishaba we are nan kasa. Odishaba.
Now, the America said Mr. Waji as we say a technical question. Maybe you saw as a didn't know said that Ponchi was over say Kwame hitting the back. Okay. Or refreshing the pan again. Was that? Me also say Mr. Waji or interviewer pa.
Mr. Money so go up me who so how about interview. Mr. Money so Sabra.
Technical question we say I dey am dey be am for repeat. Na me call na say me da ko bio. Anything na Mr. Waji say Kwame hit or no on asoma Kwame reply Kwame the back na
okay. And that's a reality. I think his answer was good.
Because Mr. Abadi, me who's onimpa no person wo ye find so blame me ehwe say obetimi problem ba obetimi asa yeah
Odisheba o yeah me so me dream say Mr. Obin on say Ghana no ye woni papa wo but yama ye na ye nya encounter with ni papa no yakan ya no atomu ama omo hia abonefo no ano ayekese.
Wow.
For instance, me de me ho be example, me wo Ghana no. Ma me kan na me bra na de me tu kwan. E ka obo me ho nyina wa mama ntua kapre. Because of the me man wo Ghana. Minim grofo mu nuanom de omo tu kwan, omo ba o metua ai. Ba wanje me kap. And odi kan store me hweye. So me share several times ehun say ade na opese ye no metumi aye na ono nso no owie ya onya resource na ope no onim so onka nkire obi a ono aka na no atum
when obra
but the ono kusia ni paboni ni no ti Facebook say na Ghana me call ya na yedi misika but ono na wanya resource no ono aye din enti I think say you encounter with people na say a positive young broadcasting who say if a papa no ho many guy be do afu ye duamo but me study progress no na hiti a ye nya ye na ye harvest we a say ye you anye you guy no ho bi abetenenka.
Wow.
Yes, that is idea ba ko amaye say eno so was e pushi sebe ya nkofo adwen best stand ewo
so share ni papa yes sir.
Yes, come obi who say ni papa wo. I think say home so another problem.
Yeah, come almost like it's almost 99%.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
but if one no more kasa na mwa no.
Wow. Enti moma the papa for na yan kan no yan so camera no na yan kan na amanfo nso hu say say you are the panso wo the papa panso wo ni adwuma.
Okay, my fellas in Kasawa. Fellas, sorry.
Oh, no problem, Mr. Obin. Really, yeah, that Mr. Odisheba, I mean, Shanopa, and then Mr. Obin, and senior Yaone, Bushanfo in Nase. To the only I can see, I say, you shiny papa, as I say, Yamani Pahono. Maybe they be American say, if you want to say Mr. Obin, no yanko could be as a money per who do or more yamaye. They be American say, and any 4 days now, me youth ni be na ya kasa. Ti na oma dwen no yes bibini be wiase be ye den san kofuko ni bi. Ti na me ni omudi nkomo na se wo de munjina ho nti. Me ni omudi nkomo kakra, sto no munti omo ase na me bo wodi ba bi mo omuti ye. Me bo mu wodi ba bi mo omuti ye. No be say my way o Facebook and I'm saying so kwa nkofu say wo ho ba ton hwehwe omo. The one me money subscribe or follow subscribe to YouTube channel. Now I'm catching say those are the people I say with you. Yeah. And no ye way I bit my money panel who said ni papa bi o wiase. And yeah adebako. Ebium maybe I made American say Mr. Obin say you will be say shawa. na ka yato nsuo bia meka and then 4 days na ya na sisi ano ye try see so ye beboa e wase ye wɔ Ghana ha no ye beboa ye hia ye nwan boys ni bia ye ne omo kasa e kire omo say ye so ye nipa de o kan say bibi ne nye nipa no ye bo Nyankopɔn bo obo asase no wanka njiro bi so obi aboa na obi ye nipa wanfa obi angyina hɔ sɛ wo nipa we ka chi we say we aboa na we ye nipa ye ba ye nyina ye beto mu nti ye nyina ye nipa dina me ne omo kasa na me kire omo say me hwe bibie fi Mr. Obin na akɔ ama mate ase sɛ nipa bia no the moment a wo wadwen no ɛbɛda no wabrabɔ ada na ma mpanyin bi wɔ no bisa me sɛ no bisa me sɛ nti kwan bɛn so na wadwen bɛda na mka kye ni so adwen da wa abra ohuhu sɛ wontimi nye bibi ma ho ɛhɔ wadwen ada me ne man ne kasa ya man ne eni afi kakra na ɔsɛ we ye nyama bi a no mu nim but na omu suro sɛ ɔmɛka no mu nim but no mu suro sɛ ɔmɛka de bia meka sɛ yen youth na ye wɔ Ghana no a ye di Mr. Obin echi no yen ye nim de yenya ɔde hye ba etre bi a ekoye sɛ as a result kopa unye hu ebe kakra be tutu
fantastic
ebe ji boom ase eja no aso ase nketen ndi me de ade ba ko a mesre se Mr. Your friend saying Mr. Obin ye de no crepan se me say me 100% trust in you me ring na be show mu because we share on my brother is 100%. Everything about me, my infernals, my even you see I share bibia ye didiko a young sem ne ye nyama ye kasa krasisa and yes a young kwan ye yama ye hu ene ebia me kase ene ya beauty team ye youth yes ya beauty team ye kache ye young youth ni say we can do it. Can you imagine say yakwaji pupo bia ya kache on say ye di ba bibia befu. But those days no na abefu ni popo ni da ho e bi e complain say ejuma enyi ho ni complain say ejuma enyi ho ya ho say we school nti ya twen say ono kwa mfa ye ejuma but na ejuma so da ho e de maye
wow
nti it is working Mr. Odishaba working it is working just mo am ho no won say ayese virus achi pina adwen nti say virus ti obi adwen a ebe den say obetimi a format no aye cancer ato ma adwen mu nti nkakra no work nkakra yen wo Ghana ha no we can tell you 100% say yen we see yen follow Mr. Obin, it is working for us and the testimony will come yenim say Mr. Your friend say Mr. Odisha by Beba what
nice one yeah no nice one
ba kubia ebeto mu na nanu na eja adwen no imo hana me yanko ba kubi ba ofi outside by say isia no opese odi etu kan na de nti okoka che opa na msi o akwenti umum de eye but sis kan opese odi tu kan odi on fama me na me fa nkoto modi o mudi twa blog ye modi o mudi twa blog ye na papa no plot bi da kwan hu na eja ya fa nkosi o ne entwitwa me yanko no hwe me din o se I have this idea and I'm sure ni nyina ne fi obi a metie no sisi ano data na masha si follow no any some information no direction asesa but me kura ya nipa na those days na me force no me kura enti yemu say dey nim say work ye Ghana no so obi a o Ghana na so tie Mr. Obin pan yi na o catch him say it's not working there no ontie ye wotie ni tie utie de ye adwuma na chese utie no utie na lo ye adwuma na chese utie na enye se wetie ni baako de bia mega se tama ni ye ko school ana se ye nnuano mo field bia wo bia na ye training no repetition because soldier camp ukọ ho a they be a salute no me ya salute name twemuda inti Mr. Obin they be a bosso na yen me metima catch us it is working for us yeah I Ghana no it is working working and yen person be exposing this here things are working with a little shall say kakra no at least boys no those days na me kai one me guy be and saying you train a kind ho na any team crap say so nya bank account no shall say but na ejuma oye no e dey be otimi nya be 100 cedis but Mr. Obin at that moment no and then you know you make sure say you save 80% of your income where ho so you betimi dey nti me with a little one crap no because ene ya hwe bra share Mr. Obin kakra bi mpo ya etimi proud say and me ni say me so me obi ti say Mr. Obin ho bra bo ma at least na ma bi koyi and ya tinya ma pi na so ye nko ha ye mpi ha nyama bia se bi o na ehu hia no ya tso nti nyame hwamo team na nkasa no they be make say this is an empire because one day Mr. Obin will be president ya no be ntiase ye nim say politics ya dia mumu bi mpe but this is an empire that they be yini ha nipa bia na me go na yene boys ni din ko na make a chom say many boys ni be din ko na make a chom say I am trying say mehwe me hu see say we are the next 50 years time meto no asase we so because me hu say the next 50 years time no Ghana besesa because young youth ni say no things will change automatically the next 50 years time no automatically metima catch them say I'll be a billionaire.
That's right.
The next 50 years time nti me bomb me hope more than say ehwe me hu see and Brian can say me say o ma me TV bia say o de o save sika nyina na wan hwe wadu ani de mu so yi na say be du ho na e de na o say this kind of be nti with that no ya sha say so check your diet mu so yi it will work ohun is say en work bia no you bia on follow empire ni by so follow empire no na so dimra one empire no ma unya books ni bi na so follow books no na say o catch on say this is team me person me join here then you change one change crowd message me change you me dey be ameka last 2 weeks me so class but me be tie no something click me I say yeah the pin be a woman say I have to come back no na ya sha say quanti clockwise so Mr. Benjamin Shaw I think say me be see her no ma catch all this sheba say it's working yeah you order ho ejuma nti
it's refreshing. It's refreshing to hear that from you. Okay. Yeah, dear. So, talk also. And no, you are among Casa. I'm on your home as I saw my cordial mood, dear, very munia. It be a copy visa, a cotton baby. Yeah, you might fool and the on gas in yet. But the Ghana na ya fool my as it here. Yeah. We need ya. Peso billionaire will be anti-means quite. Just continue to build. Tiedase. Me onipa me know how mbeka kakra na fe. We just wrap up. Also, Mr. Kwasi also.
Mr. Obe.
Oh, yep.
Oh, any of abusia for me mamu nyina and ado. Any wait me that's so am me opportunity we. Na me per se me so me share me idea and my personal experience. Said ya be ya yan na ye wo akwantuom no se bia ye koye ya adwon se be ya adwuma wo Ghana na be business wo Ghana embo ye form. One thing they say my kind book bebre na also my follow last 2 years now any girl be a program wo YouTube me refiniding me share a lot from here because me refiniding at least me just over US as well the more the didn't start with him or something like that. Before that, and so now that elder lady, also be a discussion be
I'm a man saying.
Me jiri baby sir.
Yes. Yes. These are women.
And yes, they me follow no da. They make kind of one no US.
Okay.
Na Miss Enyema Bibri free winning because she made a comment. They say business wa Ghana first and foremost, you have to assume all the responsibilities. Say business now work one. If we are individual, you are the financier of the business. You are the CEO of the business. You are the manager. You are employee. You are everything. My friend say big corporation or mono ewo or mo institutional or mo taking care of sa and you are assuming all those responsibilities from human resource management and everything. And was what now from that information and on that aspect, I could invest in cashew because most of my uncles are not more village. I was sending the money here and there, and I realized to say why say Metiana every time me send you musica, I could actually invest in them to invest in me. And I make what J assassin or more say at least say baby I want to meet me yes you can family every day. At least me share ubetimi ado me that asase Ghana ne bon sheda yedin say wo abrochen ko ade wo de dollars ne ba etimi ekọ achiri kakra e ma meji asase no say at least wontimi ndokora betimi dia ma rent na omo na do wo betimi ni omo aye do mi enche ama na your friend say asa omo do na mo bia cash you no fast e ma me die ni cash you. And through that, some of my uncles, many big crowd Jesus, ni be do 5 acres near the media through nursing school. And maybe yes. And the main come on the business aspects. Also, and they say from my personal experience, knowledge I acquire from reading and then listening to YouTube what you near the. And you can say we are human about for. Because one thing they say, I think say your financial knowledge, most of us will form kakra. One thing they say, Monsieur, they say, it was able to me build it with personal reserve. Say, but yeah, what say, what can you now? My friend say within next 6 months, your friend say, in case of emergency, it was says as kind of that any question what they want say eka. And she said, what was our reserve when I said, what were so at least we must school fees. Car ubo when we yere any BBM spending within the next 6 months. I was saying 200. It is always our reserve now. Then any money that is coming, then when you come business, you say a shekura for. And beside that, business also it was and also want the reserve. And you can will combine your friends say business finance. And personal finance, boom. Yeah, no, a bony public reform because what the was the South who's Kenya now their question why no one say maybe another information I dear one. I will say I no would it name too. But it doesn't happen. Yes, it happen that often. And even so many Pedrian Kurana oxygen you use but any oxygen in a you swear say 100% a job
40%. No question be ma. Hello.
No
question be ma. Was it so what 6 months reserve on? And he said me
at least
me person business me capital me zika someone me ni hwe na me konya 6 months reserve no one here.
Oh that be as the me can your friend say I'm personally, me US. Indiana may can be emphasize on or more outside. I Dexika Bagan Abbey business. Said you be young from and even though what's Ghana Krana.
Now, boss, business, Who so from there, then you are not an entrepreneur.
No,
You don't have to be on the defensive side, though.
Nana, the meme can say, the meme can what say. Any point said was the sour na Eddie Kubra at the
me say me to one. Let me be a business. SM family.
So yes, so jadi. Na just oh yero ma, o bedo do be a business.
O say.
Oh yero ma ko school.
I come 1 out of 1,000. Come energy 1 out of 1,000.
Well, me so me the Kwame so kind of so no. Me so the any say we are sole proprietorship. Unkwana o finance ya de no. What say we can do 6 months. What they are called. Ade na di nyina ahye. What do you do? That means say o sa baba be start bi. You know, though e be a one proud home, but the wo no na nka wo di ko share business ni mo no. Business 90 million lift up collapse where anything out of it. You know, for on the business side, you know, that means I mean zero. Until also me say back to my drawing board. Now me say could be because from who the now can Mr. Obi there who try and say we shouldn't give up. Until me bought from Krana, it was a messiah then. And you no matter what reserve be our baby and there you know there's an uncertainty of business. You know.
Mr. Manuel, the all can no ya dream. Be me who say unsie sika. Savings ni dey say me sika to 2 pensi ni dey school for akrate for ni dey no. Ye ka savings na ye nka se first kan koto IRA. Fa koto bonds and savings ni sa na ma no. Kwa sika no na fa ko ye adwuma na wodi ko bia me de ko poultry o first can go to bonds and treasury bill.
Understand?
Because BSc and economic downturn be about affect you.
But what you're saying on the ground, consider I agree with you. Me just say consider no ye abrochire de na kakra. But oba na say only source be a 6 months no here.
Yeah, be so be the na ever me make us and say sabi na ye wa abrochire no. Say me friend say wo hwe asia. You don't fall in the sky, you fall on the ground. And he say over proud who sika nyina na your friend say what dia ko na question you I mean you so what opportunity so betimi abesha say aye adwuma but into a business we want insurance I back it up and this thing no is a kind of personal insurance and make us say it was so separate personal finance you know from the business finance. Because you have two different expenditures.
Mitigate risk, yes, sir.
Yes, yes, risk mitigation, you know, a component. Make I said at least. So we can now create my friend say emotional torment because you still have something to lean on.
Wow. Now, yeah.
What? Okay, so me want to know. At the end say, me observing na my end say. Unfortunately, many of us, you know, na ye free Ghana no ye image issue. We seek validation. Everything we do, we seek validation. And the say, any plan betimi akoye adwuma. My friend say it doesn't matter sika no say nyekro no. And then ye bond the same sika is money. And at least you build yourself first. And say your friend is say, what did you can and he say what you Ghana at least my friend say, what's the say, budget you say, so when you were you spending. Say, what's that? My friend say, be a 3 months crowd home. Say, BBC Krana, and who can say, after your friend say, we make up it. We need assurance. We need assurance. So between it.
I mean, formula also here. But so you're saying, boy, we are saying, but my
Mr. B, ATV Bim
I'm
Kakra.
Okay. Professor Nana K be kasa kakrebi. I just will be a kasa and I just say after wow, we just have about 5 minutes to shut down. So Nana, so Nana KB. So person kasa there. Nana person kasa.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
We dey abusuafo me ma mu nyina mu atena ase. Na ya di kan so. Na kwasi usu wasem na wo ka no na me to so kakra. De na wadincha na wo kire se yen certificate bi a certain percentage na ye fan to ho me foa sa idea ne so. Because yesua ne ma bebre free there Mr. Obenchurch and yesu ye reading ne ma kakra. Ehun say in business no wo start here at least e was all start and ketuam na wa build I akọ nanim. It is o ye bibisa na say wo du sika ni nyina akọ hyiase prekopa yenim say business so de shocks wo bibia timisi enye no na kire say e ma yen take risks but e was say bibia no wo ya at least o ye ni such a way say se wo bo format de hin na wo benya e de abekushin ade na akasa na wa hyiase no say de be ya
exactly
untumi collapse ade na entirely edi ne sa kwan no so no na chese de wo ka no entiase om na me ne kwa me so ya adwene wo baabi but kwa me de ne de say de ye nyina ya dia tum no exceptional cases edi nye nipa nyina na wo sa akokodro na on betimi akọ entirely no ma bo from class starting all over from the beginning. No, I think say the best way is we cushion no say be ya o chia na indentation be bema ubetumi enya buffer system a be keep you going.
Yeah.
Edi eno ne kakra meka no na enkomo edikan akoso no nso ni nyina no ye damu nyina mase odi hie ba wonsem no kan bebre in fact o boss no na je say me wo background and BT na je say mani age pa na I just say ya onso kan bibi o kan project bi ho asem me wo very big interest e wo ehodi ya o ya fa o number ma Mr. Oben say be ya metimi enya I think so kan rice production bi ni ade person be di ho komo kakra me interest was aside no.
Wow. That's right.
Okay. Na no so ne de wo no na Mr. Oben last time bi me hwe na o kan bibi say omo pese omo schools mu encheche ne sa education we e course wo ho no.
Yes.
I think say na o ye campaign bi sa minim say esia.
Okay, who school bi sa ho?
Personally enya Miami school but na kan pese me old school am ko ye no. Enka many old students ni be organizing e bi sa boa students no.
Okay.
It is a opportunity ni da so ho there echi na ma contact na yetimi so aboa ma enkra na yetimi anya sa good information we.
Yes.
I believe say ye ni sa na ye target enkra na e be boa ma fight na ye fight no yetimi anya good results.
Yes sir.
And audition ba so sa e ka sem bi fa political your friend is say idea your friend is say papa ya na oboni din usibuafo said the o hyase edu mre bi no omode politics no akele na ambition ni bibi etesa no. I believe say if we are say nipa wan kasa o control wan kasa the opese woko eji onu ankasa no e play role e wo ba bia no opese woko na ekowie ni said the no opese okowie na eno enka nkyere ye say bia ye pese ye mu bi ewura politics mu a ye nyina ye kwa me fa ne say ye be ebo form na bi etisa
o ye politician.
Menya politician na obi suggesting say enka yemwana untumi ebenya politics like umenya position wo politics mu say the be ya ye betimi a change system na ye nyina ya agi atum say enye no na ɔde hyɛ bɛka sɛ ɔde papa no yɛ example sɛ ɔkɔɔyɛ no na ɔwɔ ambition no na sei na nneɛma akɔ wie yi na meka sɛ ɛyɛ 1 in a million obi wɔ hɔ a wo nipa su no ɛna ɛbɛkyerɛ sɛ wokɔ a wobɛflɔpi anaasɛ womflɔpi egyina nneɛma a wowɔ sɛ wohwɛ ɛna ɛbɛma wakɔ anaasɛ ɛbɛma wate asan eti ɛnyɛ sisi a deɛ but I believe say with time no you increase your numbers no na yɛnya people of equal mind a yɛnyinaa yɛwɔ that kind of ambition to change Africa. Any young kasa my Ghana as a whole.
Run away from politics, isn't it?
Yes, because the echoes we are seeing no politics. Whether we like it or not, still now you follow within that
scene.
Oh, me politics. Okay, what me can say there? Nelson.
No.
Onimu.
So see kasa no onim politics.
Onimu. Politics.
Eti susu say
amo ho atomfo ni bia ye press sama brabo monto abapa maye
omu de say omu de safo ni de omu joke no omu ye ye pe revolution e be ma pan African your friend say ideology na timi agina na ye nyina ye betumi enya one Africa
na we dem twa no na mi twa no ye nua bi free Canada ko Ghana say okopa ya de hunsama by Mr. Jetty Question say wa ko tin woni story no a
I Martin the story ni kakra
yes abaya rampant ama ye nua no me na especially America ni Canada no otena mu usa otena mu ane duba 50 60 ho a afi wo se me ko Ghana ko bo mo a just am ko politician ba wo de yen hwe o enye nkom na me se wo de ye hwe Jetty Question what me ya na say bi obetu to boreholes o de tie ni obetimi ya so obetu to boreholes I want the political thing one
what is it man
yes no we yes legend
what is it
legend I didn't hear say
boss hold the fire Mr. Boy you have a few minutes wait my
boss
my name is
Patana Pomwe.
Go.
Me champion ya bonzo.
So.
Me basu ela na bifi so na before no pass running down crash na me rush bifi.
Okay.
Mama sa join na me for running down crash so mama ye we kra. Nti bi chia mpanyefo ewo platform no so nyina. It should be we be tie mpanyefo kasa de bri. Contributions in now so yeah very valid one. The far that you team so other boy. And you know, we get a camera can say course now we take another path now, yeah, chance to go on. My friend is serious because it looks like some people they say it, but the seriousness you don't see it in them. Me can say now me can see like on the farming platform we're trying to come together and then get a land and then do farming but we share by with some kind of with some way but going forward now I say the energy now it's the cool lay back I think say the say make sure say you know we are doing it and we are doing it.
The money phone go from Kakra. Okay, so basically, I'm saying, yeah, wrap up one no. Unless you be asking for your person can lastly.
Mr. Obina, your friends say.
Me dio.
Oh, Brian, on your one second.
1 second. You can say 1 second.
Mr. Obina say.
Kwame na next one you and I'm so on to me as 1 second. It's 12 o'clock, 9 past 12.
Now, yeah, can be concerning say ABA business no start. My more typical example. Now, one of my senior brother come do say all set business now and say Oprah who now the shares here.
Okay.
One lady be no kind team no hono. Yeah, and say obeton kusia. Indeed, Udipa kakra neja. Odinya is canity. How is he and say your money chase can so we are or the half kofa. Not the half na start, not the half na cano I back in spirit amano. Yetira enye bone okofa first one and then kusi nyina boy.
Oh.
Inti say hono the nyina kofa ya just say osako back. Ansana wakwa ko shase. Nti edu baby a yes say start here. Ibe bibi kakra dia to echire.
So you
Na
allowance for failure.
say ebia ye fole ya na ayde. Na ye said you bit me dia no ayde. Oh, they didn't kusua car no we put no so ye indomie or the year indomie nti okofa
Okay.
obechano yes
Okay.
starting small
Very
even
well.
say yen Ghana for ye jere ni ska se bonu nti yes
Ghana
ye
mpo
share
na
say
kusia ka ni accident o so ka ni party ni accident.
Yeah.
nti
Okay.
no so
Yeah, that's it.
Mr. Adomako,
okay
na business no
see
nso na nipa no oni sika da ho nso ọkọfa sɛ sika no ato hɔ ayɛ dɛ ɛna meme nte aseɛ no ayɛ sɛ obi kyerɛkyerɛ mu because
what can I say? The material say they say also no nipa no ye adwuma dada. And all transition so be a business.
Okay.
So or yeah adwuma want a lifestyle, want a family. To I think it's different from maybe I want if here or person start a business. So on the other phone that. So on the also the BBI there, come on, they will save work way. Wouldn't he with that form? But Obia or Sabe or no, the BBI correct. On chain will be grand or did you know? I think on all starting business there's still some level of comfort for them, you know, because they have that. And we a hustler now if well, you know. Also there I think it's a bit different. Unless only many dreams are.
Oh, Mr. Obeme, no, yeah, but maybe me say me come one see the crowd making media could take a risk no.
So no comfort no here.
Well,
now
because Mr. Obeme, my baby crew no me buy and my bell lock you ha say I say my wife na send me car momo and no not just me 10 CD crowd me ho ha. Ombedi di say ya enti ya create system ho a edisika ban nti si ye da so kra na o chi akra de ebebre ebe de ibinya bidia de emfa so beba ibinya bidia edidi because of risk na ye timi take ye no e na ama na basa baby wa risk no kra me take na my wife ni so say de udu nya ska on fa bi tu person
di na the thing is that no what build it BBC see a Emma every day.
Okay.
And nipa one no all pace no. What time was no. Okay, 6 months. It may make sense. But also structure, you don't have to save for 6 months necessarily. Yeah. Because you have multiples of avenues this every day.
Okay.
Isn't it? So
now, Mr. Obeme, Emma say ubetimi do ho ahye entrepreneur business no betimi akọ ani because say o train say wo suro say obebo form enti wo di sika bi gu wachi na abo form wa kofa de a how you going to better no invest it?
Okay, yeah, for example, me bam kakamin kawano. The na me make ni say start this
kill ye more defense
starting business. They are where we now starting business. Using all kinds of, but even on that, I'm a master program. Mr. Benson, you said, "Oh, about you just don't need your capital in here, but you need some studies. You have to train yourself and understand what you have and why you do. You know, say, oh, your business now. There are certain things that you have to know before you venture. And now, also can we and can program to say you have to start small. Oh, it's in no information I will be no that's how I will say I can't. The federal farmers here, me sure say who are certain information here. I'm to the top. I'll be to make it to the rest. We also have need such information. If you the want to do here, on when you call the best business as here. Oh, to me, on corner said they are all here. Oh, corner. I started liquid soap. I began with three gallons, and then went to 5 gallons, 10 gallons, and recommended. But then come starting on the same copy start by 10 gallons liquid soap. And I first started the answer. So once and not my ha. As no level information we are one how I'll be saying. I can't.
Okay.
You shouldn't just bash it, yeah.
But Queen, Uka say, who started 3 and a year, Obia started from somewhere and or do baby. But o risk level now will be taken. Anybody tell me source of income now and I say accumulations kana a bebano. So on the no. And you say be a year business next kada home. Me for instance, you started pharmacy no. We started with one. You lab maybe omuka be but still can give you up. You Clark Groves or Malaysia, the samples now that they buy is gonna call ama. But no so interest means Uncle Tony maybe, but me see the emission answer free, the na me information, this information data na me kitano, and no na me take it the next step, I me de commenting because we free one answer no to because entrepreneurship no a journey, a step by step.
Okay, Kwame. Thank you. Kwame, thank you. Okay, thank you. The last response. Just 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah, the make can say your friend say. We know as someone I was talking in terms of say ebi a we invest e wo obi mu so we abrochire say we dey enipa no so we na adwuma dada na we dey sika no man say we ye this business you also who say enipa no obedidi obenom obeda enti say nipa ni any kind of reserve who you say a business your friend is a revenue neighbor emu no obetapo and as you are tapping into that revenue no then you who do kusia answer na kuko ne hwene
okay Kwame, what do I say?
Miss Dobin, I'm a theater school for a catch for no media.
What is your
yes, sir, legend.
Okay.
Abusafo na kasa bebre nti I think say again say the risk factor how we prepare say we are going to make sure say the AEB so and ketwa bi say I think is when koko the money manti just say enya nkakra the work could do say Kwame the ono hwe na say soldier 7 da so munti no the work no ano den Kwame film ne dey me just say the pani nyina beti but anyway so do we do baby wakuma wakuma yes we Japan
but the truth is the business not started na say pick na ekon anymore I think it's difficult so betimi I keep ska abra business ni here ska
here okay
that's my key
said here 100,000 was my keep 100,000 for safety now or rent so
impossible.
And I said, a amount different returns. That would be right. And so, maybe the strategy will be say, maybe I say a one shop. How do you make it 10, 20? So that you don't necessarily have to keep the 6 months, but because every day be an ucheska, so to say. Into the is a bit different. But then, you are preventing yourself from growing, especially at the stage
from growing. Okay.
Right. Now, could keep 100,000 because there's safety, which is okay. But I think that we'll grow to know.
Slowly.
A bit slow.
Mr. Bean, me example. Nancy marketing ya church check a man call for. Check bank. But in no inventory is shelf. So on their match them. I need money to pay to clear checks. Me will go to be the baby. I tell me why for a team to say, I won't make a yakoton the Akogo account. Yet, so I be seen. Ain't it? Mr. B, me say, for to be on the safer side, say, would the CKC na business a best struggle. So, I make us say, me walk checks to clear. And now, no, most inventory ni a war, yet twin tone way. The check has to go to bank and clear. And the money now me expecting ain't me ma. Ain't me walk. Na me will go be a good year be kid maybe I'm a toy me toy. At 3 years new.
Who toy?
Me cotton and I make PMCS cotton cra.
Wait on. Go check
that's a good decision.
Next time we go phone him out.
This obey me cotton and what business when I'm so me PMs or say a rad wa cotton good na me come here day. You cry as well. So, and Mr. Obey risk Canadian say we want
ya say wa who
I think say Kwame energy na wanya this time na dey Elijah you say Kwame energy na wanya and believe no wanya no Ghana GD or Ghana so be there there's nothing can stop Kwame that's what I see nothing can stop
Saturday we na ye Mr. Binda Mr. Binda ko chere na o de maye ena aye misao enye empire bi enya konchi bi da kone ebusuafo amwo ha nyina mo kire mo adwen no eno na drive nipa how
so yeah but me ba me so me main kakakra wo de won kan me de na me kan no say wo start you so what started that na say wo sika no na say e da hon me wo assurances any securities what create say ubenya return back when you return back the crowd betimi aton asset no say ankoya betimi aton asset no retrieve some of the money back but obi a hwe any no who was started no so when you any kind of your friend is a cushion be to na say e ka say it crashes down to the ground and any plan so with this kind of command na say we need baby other source of income we say Canada command revenue any no be
was it the okay you crowd only kind of come obi o what they come obi to the no crowd na just a different because only command na just only
what's that Mr. Kwesi be any who so no yes school for the
more Ghana but
when you for the no so no I no musro risk no
analysis
na say Kwesi we crack you
Kwesi mo ye crack for no nti crack for no mo believe in savings in retirement
anya me can say wo start now and so we invest no e will be more because yan ye will grow hono Mr. Obi which
Kwame obi a ye sorry for mpanyim for your program hona Kwame go bisa bible mo question
but I think Mr. Kwesi Asamoah can here for the start of the beginners no he also you cry kasa we say you for yen kosu nyina ngu one basket because my fault so but I think say Asamoah Kwesi can that the way all start at least say we have the source of income yes the source of income no you must have different source of income it is as no say usika no baby investment abe wo ye ni na no sika no de we ko no no ahwe se be fa na wato aso em fa
Kwame na asema okay o Kwame every day be awunya says the gold na okoto no ye no ade enche na wanya be at least 1% be 10% obenya back mebo from your sales
oh yeah
so you have the mechanisms
no but Mr. Obey say obo business so na business ne da wakoma so say we say ade we eye den e be yi business na bit me push you ama but no matter be bia o sika no won't me pe sika ne to
Mr. Mayor so no waka no
me because me gold project na me cast me be no. Me ba Ghana and I me tour land no. Me share estimate me year name. Me be through you know. The first time me catch my wife, I said, "I was if you need a ton on Tiasie. If you me might you see the fresh, you know, you see me say no. Me say I was a ton, but there was this a year a shoot in my vein. Me say me nko pay loan, me nko yeshi. But minya I be build with no me di obiaka. But no me no can you so no. My year estimate me near on paper. But me revenue free business I make starting more. And so I help it's a business there unya do who room na wujidia boss so we start afraid I will start you so we in between no say business ne baba be je free we say mo be scan she bia me say obi cotton the gold. I believe and I understand it. Because
no, but the truth is, Ushim, that's the only option. Yeah, I don't think that. Yeah. Ushim, because maybe your car back. I just have to sort on because I did a emergency. As a matter of fact, me need emergency fund.
Debbie.
You need say the Siena Asamba. You better go for growth an emergency. So that if it's 10 cities today, how do we make it 100? Emergency be between the 10 and the 100. You can mitigate it.
Yeah.
And it's worked. And so say those can be a young fire and sank capra. I don't think so for 5 years no, because the business, you know, it's constant. Yeah. You have to work. So I think part of it
yeah, you know, it's been a bigger project to Africa.
Okay, and Kasaya Hena would be 6 months, yes, and I would be about the investment. And that's not when you investment too.
200
as I say, because one who could your rent, who could talk grocery, one could talk grocery, I just call ya almost show ya almost can say, or this year basa mokwa tomatoes in our friends, what ya na pro. Now, Oko Toby Begu free more. What the 6 months is see what he found. No, when you're 6 months, so they are paying investment. And I make us say, only attract for investment. No,
but I say, we'll be at Sabi all pay so dear. So I can say, oh, yes, I think it's okay.
Oh, I mean,
bro, your friends, I didn't say this is snake that are different because me, my EBITDA. I am very risky to the point say you won't even think I'm that risky because make us say you will come Ghana.
You pump everything.
Drew time say yes, you can say you expanded near well grow 100 acres so my brother say you find tremble and I'm saying no, we get me find tremble because you bet me generate 3 times of that your friend is say money not you can say the tremble you been you know that but as when I make questions here. I mean, start me everything. Say your friend is say, not knowing the direction. Say you bet me. Your friend is say, I created this or that. You know, me and me income ever that I say me take that risk. That I don't care. Me agree crap. My friend say me 401k. Me empty everything. Any question because I know say me was source of income ever. I don't have to wait for the future.
I was saying that the old can be an Mr. Man okay.
There will not be I was talking about Yana oftentimes this question.
Okay.
I was saying who say Nipan say what the one manako yeduma say we need creative business. Say Nipan ni hwe e wo ne ho a business ni revenue no better because obedi obenom it also consider all those factors who you say Nipan no your friend say the financial security no good enough. And yes, your friend is a Ghana. Unfortunately, we see a business
Ghana ni be na wo sending discount no be catch us any financial condition is straight. That is okay.
Over menu.
On the financially no or ye in prison. And you better man a strong financial background. Man a strong financial background unless say a jumano mo yen mo create a clear line say a jumano bosumi metua o kase and a profit ba ye be cheni say. So enti man atin ho ase na say obedidi obeda obed nante obekwa ha say obedjunso ne de. We don't consider that when you're doing business. You have to make it clear to them say Ejumana me ne Mr. Menu ye no. Metua Mr. Menu ka say sempoa anase teku. Nemo afini du ni ye account na profit ye be declare no. Ebi asu Mr. Menu ubenya mu sempoa ubenya ohanche mu mienu ana miensa. Na wama na entity say yemfa o personal finances emma business de ho. Say yes separate entity. The business no ejina wo se ono nko a. We sika be free business na eko out a liability. That means there's a leakages. So until all this financial information now the money pana na we educating na ni na wrong friends say data na wo be ma nipa no. Because the data na nya dia emfa. Oh, ye koye lab na egu ye na data na bi nya nti na egu ye no.
That is all. Every business biano or risk factor no higher.
So now there's one private now. What mechanism we are saying here in the mean and come
every business biano regardless or risk factor no higher or profit margin no. And a high because if you are not who you'll be out true so be taking risks because one thing I'm beginning say your petty businesses your butcher will say me way will have me the reason why you to me expanding me and you be a person because the fear factor
protective
yes but ubi seminal yeah of course you got your baby be you be no margin assistant but the bigger it is, the way our measures are be set to home. And there was a factor we must say we see can be the one factor no they are now we are naive. So we are business so Ghana and South Africa now. Enya they be Jew baby bribe ni name ni say wutia. You are but no it who say okay the more risk can be taken. This it won't also stretching who you know senior business, but every business be out there, boss. America, we continue to.
No, you have today. Yeah, especially at the.
Me who say usro risk our business more. Usro risk our business more. Yeah, not just when you're ready, so be a business so. Because business no unim projections I which they say
the better and I enter
business Mr. Obin business oh yeah one say na Mr. Suka say uni guarantee bia say e be ya na say nye business uni dey wa ahead o say be you say nye you have no idea 2013 me call board based on Navy Federal Credit Union $45,000 and I'm the koto x-ray machine with Japan say ebe you say you
oh
no Mr. Obey me cap based on the risk factor me take it. But this machine I'm koto since 2013 Mr. Obey me didn't want to see no the machine is still there.
Okay.
So that's the kind of risk. But me one for phobia or Jesus can or the kotor car or kotor BMW kesiye Edem. 200 mention. They are still in America. Omugusu ye juma 9 to 5.
Kwame. Okay.
Kwame, when did you?
I was avoid the one you asked.
I don't be asked. I don't say.
Wada maase ko nyina ye wo ne mo nsam keka ne wo platform ko adwuma mo keka na ma yetini ehye ye no nti de bia mo drive your forces no so nti ja ye ko na mo wa ye srem se o mo man kwa tenten si de ye kan nyame adom nti na nyi che but the time nyame adom o wa
Yo, I don't say.
Sharp.
It'll be asked. I don't know what say. Thank you.
This year back.
Thank you, bosses. Thank you.
Thank you.